an introduction for this wonderful man. Tell us about raw food and optimal health. And we're really fortunate to have him here. So let's welcome Aajonus Vonderplanitz.
Who hasn't been here before? Who's their first time? A lot of first timers, but I've met some of these people already. How many have read the book? How many have not read it? 3. Okay. Hadn't I met you before?
You look familiar.
Yeah, I know. I think we met before.
Someplace.
So, yeah. Okay. Well, I got into health because I was dying of 8 diseases. I was born a very sickly child into a pretty violent household, and it made me pretty ill because the nutrients that were necessary I didn't get. My mother liked to overcook everything, so nothing was alive, no vitamins, no enzymes or anything. And as I was telling Dr. Bernard over there, I could projectile vomit if I put some of that cooked food in my mouth instantly. Cooked vegetables I hated. So by the time I was 20 years old, I was diagnosed with a stomach ulcer that by treatment turned it into a cancerous condition, and then the treatment for the cancerous stomach gave me blood and bone cancer, and then the treatment for blood and bone cancer gave me lymphoma. So I'm the only person alive who's lived beyond 3 years who had multiple myeloma and lymphoma. So I just turned 56 last week, and I'm still alive after 35 years of being diagnosed with those diseases. So it works. The only disappointing thing I have to say is that we're not supermen. I mean, an 8,000-pound tree is still going to cause some damage if it falls on you. So that's the only disappointing thing I have to tell you. Otherwise, health just continues to develop the longer that I eat it. Let me just wait till some confusion back there gets settled. Things on my way to recovery. I was also autistic. I turned autistic at 1.5 years after a tetanus shot. The thimerosal, the mercury in it, went to my brain and damaged the communicative center. So I could not construct symbols to have any meaning for me. Even up to the point of when I was 21, I could still not tell you what the T, the H, and the E were. Couldn't tell you what the was. If I had to define something, I could not define a sentence for you or word or anything. I had all autistic people, children, have some kind of phenomenal ability, and I could do flow charts for very complex computer things and not know how I did them. And when I was in high school, in my second year of high school, this teacher was starting to put down, how you take a sentence and you break it down into, a graph. You have your line here and the prepositions go off. Well, I'd been an idiot all my life in not being able to communicate. But for some reason, I was able to completely diagram a sentence perfectly. So then everybody knew that I was, just a kid who was a wise guy that never answered people and never could answer questions or read when I was asked to stand up and read. They just thought I was a smart ass, instead of really realizing that I had no ability to communicate. And when I was dying of cancer, I decided to die at home. I didn't want to go to the hospice because I had been autistic and communication was still difficult. I had learned to mimic sound patterns, so I had learned a repertoire of sound patterns that could get the responses that I wanted, but not really defining what I wanted, nor did I have a vocabulary that could be defined. So I was mostly a loner my whole life, so I wanted to die alone. So 2 hospice volunteers would come over. They'd shop for me once or twice a week, clean the house and make food, prepare it, for 3 or 4 days at a time. And one of them handed me a book. What was I supposed to do with a book? Handed me a book, about 82 pages, 86 pages, on how this woman reversed her uterine cancer by drinking a gallon of carrot juice a day. And what all that meant, I didn't have a clue. But he offered me the carrot juice, and finally I drank it, fearing that it would taste like cooked carrots, and I hated my mother's cooked carrots. I would projectile vomit after eating that, unless I just washed it down with milk or water. And I tried the carrot juice, and it was delicious. So I began drinking it, and all of a sudden my autism changed. As long as I drank the carrot juice, that center stayed open in my mind, so I could actually understand words. I had no vocabulary, or very little vocabulary, but at least I could understand, and I could tell you what a word meant. I could define a word, or I'd never been able to do that. And I was able to see that, a pattern of these letters which had been just designs to me, and always picked the smartest girl in the class who was always sensitive and would never berate me for copying her hieroglyphs. But that's how I got through school, with D's, by cheating and just drawing all these hieroglyphs down on paper, never knowing what it all meant. But that's how I got through school. So then after the carrot juice, I was able to construct sentences, I was able to understand, I was able to conjugate verbs. There's just, all of a sudden, just overnight it happened. It seemed like it was 10 days, but it was like overnight for me. So I was so excited that I borrowed $110 and went out and bought $110 of books. And one of them was Siddhartha. That was the first book I'd ever read in my life at 22 years old. And then all the rest were on nutrition. And so I began studying nutrition because I knew that this carrot juice had something to do with it. And I still smoked my 2 packs of Lucky Strike non-filter cigarettes a day and had some alcohol. I had been an alcoholic. I had gotten away from the heavy alcoholism, so we'd just drink a little wine, and I was able to handle that without going into excess, but I still had my donuts and Coca-Cola and stuff like that. So then I got, how we all feel when we get better, that we deserve and think that we can do things that we really can't. So I got that I don't need the carrot juice. I'm brilliant now. So stopped drinking the carrot juice. In about 9-10 days, I was an idiot again. So the language went, and I couldn't read. It was just like a switch turned on and off, just like that. And if you've already been an idiot and you've got a glimpse of language and communication, what richness you can get from books, it was devastating. So I went back to drinking the carrot juice again, and sure enough, about 9 or 10 days, I was able to read again. So I went on for about 6 weeks, and I said, it isn't the carrot juice, just coincidental. So I stopped drinking carrot juice. I became an idiot for the 3rd time. And then that was it. I said, that's it. The raw foods has a lot to do with it. And that was in 1969. And in 72, I went completely raw after a girlfriend of mine survived devastating, nearly deadly peritonitis, which I explain in the book. And she was back to ballet class in 6 weeks, and they told her it would take a year and a half before she'd get back into ballet. And that's because I fed her on nothing but raw foods while she was in the hospital. Of course, at the time, it was mainly, a vegetarian, vegan-type diet. So after about 6.5 years on that, after I was bicycling all over the country, the multiple myeloma, which blood and bone cancer is called, when they're combined together, came out with a vengeance again, resurged. I was in devastating pain. If the temperature got below 70 degrees, I was in pain. If the temperature got to 48, 50 degrees, I was crippled in pain. That means I couldn't move without severe pain. And I had just spent 28 days in Alaska, and this was in September 1976. And it was starting to get cold. It's cold there pretty quickly. But the Indians there got me to eat this stuff they dug up out of the ground that was wrapped in this hide, and it stung terribly. I mean, I was about to projectile vomit right there. I couldn't get within even 5 feet of it without choking. The stench was so bad. And all those years, because it was green, it was white, it was black molds all throughout it, patinaed and smelled. I thought it was herbs, but it was meat. Rotten, well, not rotten, it was decayed meat. I didn't know that at the time. They said that's what you would need, so I ate some. And for the 28 days that I was in Alaska, I had no crippling pain. And I just had about a golf ball size amount. I thought it was herbs, so, and I'd travel on a bicycle all over the continental United States, all the way from the Yucatan up to Alaska, living with tribes, animals, coyotes, alligators, anybody observing to see what they were doing for their health. And not one species but man cooked their food. And none of them had diseases unless they were exposed to some kind of chemical contamination. But what is it that man was supposed to eat? I had heard all these theories, and I bought them hook, line, and sinker. So I was a die-hard vegetarian, and also I loved animals, so I didn't want to hurt them. So I believed this vegan thing. Our teeth are, mainly those of a herbivore. And then wait a minute. I grew up on a farm in the summertime. Horses' teeth are thick. They're not cutting teeth. They're for grinding. And we have cutting teeth. So I started looking at all these aberrations of why I had, been told and believed that we were vegans. These are grinding teeth. No, they're not. These are all cutting teeth. Our canines are ripping teeth. We have very few molars which are grinding. And that's to crush the meat so you can swallow it whole. See, the Eskimos, they'll take a big bite, a chunk of meat this big. Can you imagine swallowing a piece of meat this big? That's what they do all the time when it's frozen. The back teeth crush it about 2-3 times and they swallow it. Very simple. You don't even have to chew. As a vegetarian, you have to chew everything because we're not herbivores. They have 60,000 times more enzymes to disassemble the cellulose molecule to get the fat and the protein from it. So we have to sit there and chew 500 times per bite, and we're still only going to get a third of the nutrients as an herbivore. So I looked at all of this, and also when I was dying, I just decided to fast myself. After I returned from Alaska, I realized that I was just going to die again, so I chose an old Indian burial ground to fast to death. And a den of coyotes befriended me and brought me, after a couple of weeks, a dead jackrabbit. And, it was a poor Easter bunny sitting there bleeding on my feet. And I thought at this point, I know, they're trying to help me die. Because I had heard all the stories from my parents. My mom's an RN, 3 uncles who were doctors, 8 aunts and uncles who were RNs, and my father was an inventor, scientist. All told me that a wild rabbit contains an enzyme or a bacteria that will kill a human within 48 hours with very intense, difficult stomach cramps and pain. So I thought, 2 days of pain, I can do that easily. No problem. No matter how intense it is, because of all the pain that I had suffered with blood and bone cancer just from being cold. So I picked up and ate the rabbit, and I felt so good that I felt I was, leaving my body. And I had 3 near-death experiences, 2 on the operating table and once on some recreational drugs. So I knew what it was like to die. No pain. It was euphoric, and that's the way I was feeling after this rabbit, this wild rabbit. So I knew I was dying because I was leaving the body. I must have been leaving the body because I felt too good. So I went back to my campsite, lied down to die, and I woke up the next morning. I was still on Earth and still there, but hardly had any pain. And we're talking, late September, early October, when it was getting cold in the desert at night. It gets very cold. And I had very, very little soreness the next day. Usually I had to bake in the sun for 2 hours before I could get out of my sleeping bag. And this day, 15, 20 minutes, I was out of the sleeping bag. The next day was the same, and the next day. And I was still alive, no pain. I hadn't had any discomfort from the wild rabbit. And I had eaten about 3.5 pounds of this jackrabbit, and the coyotes ate the rest of it. So I decided, okay, it's the meat. That's it. You know, the Yaqui Indians in Mexico tried to get me to eat raw meat to cure me. The Sioux Indians, the Inuit in Alaska, and another tribe, the Huadalquin or something like that in Canada, all tried to get me to eat raw meat. And some ancestors of the Mayans down in the Yucatan. And I had rejected it because when I ate cooked meat, I would break out the next day so badly with pus all over. So it looked like my face and my back and my arms and my chest looked like raw hamburger with this very, very fatty stuff. And was not very becoming, and I was so sick from eating the cooked meat after the stomach surgery for the stomach cancer. So I was so afraid of eating meat that I never even allowed my defenses down to accept what these natives had been telling me, to eat the raw meat all this time. And then I understood in that 3 days. So Sidewinder comes scooting by at that point. So and I had seen some Indians, you know, go and grab they go up and step on the head and grab the tail, spin it around and snap its head off and then peel it back and eat it. So I just automatically went for the head, stepped on it, picked it up by the rattle, and was spinning it around. I was doing it with my right hand. I hope this looks okay with my left. I don't know how much coordination this left hand has. Anyway, I was spinning it around, and then I realized, are you crazy? You've never done this. What if the snake turns around and bites you? You know, so I'm standing there, and I stood there twirling it for a good 5 minutes, scared to death of letting it go or letting it down. So finally I said, oh, well, he's going to bite me, he's going to bite me. So I snapped him, and sure enough, the head just shot right off. It was easy. So, you know, but with a snake is really tough, and it tastes just like fish, raw fish. And I had to cut it in very fine little slivers to eat it because it's so tough. But it was very good. I had lots of energy from it, so I knew that was it. My life had changed in those few days. So I got on my bicycle, went down to all the farms, made deals to shovel, goat manure, haul bales of hay, feed animals, and I got chickens and return goat's milk and cow's milk and eggs and all this great stuff. And 5 months later, I looked like a reduced version of Arnold Schwarzenegger. And I had gone from 113 pounds to 160.
In how long?
In about 5 months.
Wow.
And it was all muscle. And all this raw meat and raw dairy. So I went to Los Angeles to spread the word. I said, I've got the answers. And they said, are you crazy?
Yeah.
Raw meat will give you parasites, You'll get a brain parasite and you'll become an idiot. And I said, well, I've been that already. So I feel good, so I'm going to continue doing it. I worried for 13 years after that. It put a fear bug in me that I continued doing what I was doing. I'm sure I didn't eat as much meat if I had, the longer I did it, the less fear I had for it. But it took me 13 years to say, it's a myth and it's bullshit. You cannot get parasites from meat. So I decided to prove it. So 14 years after that time that I began, it was 1976, I got a laboratory. I hired a laboratory, paid them to put all of these animals, dogs and cats that we got as, from the pound. We gave them pinworm-infested meats, any kind of parasite-infested meats we could. Not one of them developed a worm, not one parasite. The only animals who get worms and parasites are those that naturally breed within the body. Every animal cell has within it a seed of a parasite to help degenerate that tissue once that we spend it in the body. It's a quick recycling. If we have to use a virus is not a live substance. A virus is a substance that is mainly made of protein. It's a solvent. It helps dissolve toxicity. It's like we have these chemicals which break down metal, wood, plastic, whatever it is, dissolves it. That's what viruses are. They are man-made solvents, and they are not contagious. It's just that when the climate's right, certain viruses are easily created and formed in the body. That's why it seems to be epidemic. But that's like saying, are bears contagious because they come out of hibernation in this right climatic period? No. Bacteria doesn't seem to be contagious either, unless it's spiked. In the medical profession, scientific community, if you take a substance and put it in a hypodermic and inject it into somebody, that's called spiking. And you can get a disease by having it spiked into you, but not eating it. Maybe from swapping slobber you can get certain kinds of bacteria to exchange, but usually those bacteria are destroyed by the salivary enzymes very rapidly. And they have to penetrate the mucous membrane, which protects you, and then they have to survive 5 different stages to stay alive. The odds that you are going to get a contagion is about 5 million to 1. With those kind of odds, it's very difficult. But if you look at the nature of the cell and see that it already has all of the natural stuff in it to break it down when it comes to the point where it needs to be recycled, nature has a way to do that. Worms, parasites, bacteria.
Hey, Aajonus, I have a question that relates to this. What about viruses that are manufactured in laboratories, like AIDS or whatever? If it's manufactured to destroy you, what about that? Can you relate that to this hypothesis?
Well, AIDS isn't a virus. We like to call it a virus. It's a bacteria. When Dr. Strecker was doing the work, he had been hired. Dr. Strecker was an oncologist, and he had like 5 doctorates. He was hired by a company in San Francisco to study AIDS. The insurance company in San Francisco hired him to study AIDS so they knew how to charge for health insurance. But to this particular company, they were getting ready to insure because 60% of their working force were homosexuals. So they wanted to know the danger and the aggressiveness of AIDS. So as any bacteria, when you put a particular kind of enzyme on it, it will cause it to fractionate into 5 parts. It's like if we put a fluid on us, and our body came apart at its 5 places. That's how it dismembers. A splice cell divides in 2 and does not become apart in 5 places. So Strecker was trying to fractionate this bacteria, and it would only splice. It would only divide. So after 1,000, he said, wait a minute, this is man-made. So he took the 2 opposite sides, fused them together, and found that he had the lymphonomic virus of a sheep and the leukemic virus, bacteria of a cow. So he put the 2 diseases together, and he was going to look at 5 main, universities that might have been doing research, medical universities that were doing research. He happened to be in Los Angeles at the time, so he went to UCLA. The first name he had thought of popped right up in the computer. It had been made at UCLA to create cancer in laboratory animals. The information had been given to the War Department. So that's as far as he took it. He called his brother, who was an attorney, a pretty famous attorney, and his brother began doing the Freedom of Information Act and was trying to get as much information as possible. And it looked pretty bad, so he got a Minnesota or Wisconsin senator behind him, gave him the information, said this is what it looks like. It looks like the War Department has set it free on Los Angeles, New York, Houston, and Los Angeles. And it looks like they put it in the hepatitis B vaccine. So the senators started subpoenaing the information, Freedom of Information Act, and they were both dead 3 months after that.
Which, for all three of them? Or?
Two of them. The senator and the attorney. They knew that just one raving maniac, which was the doctor, he just looked like a crazy person, because he got so, he lost his brother and the whole incident, so he was pretty freaked out. And this was in 1980, when Reagan was starting to get elected. That's when I first ran into Dr. Strecker. But the brother wrote a book called Bioattack Alert, and which told all the documentation that they got, which shows that they put it in the hepatitis B vaccine because 90% of the people who were getting hepatitis at the time were homosexuals from high drug use. So they knew that only 10% of the people would not be homosexuals, and of course homosexuals were undesirable people according to the War Department and the CIA. So they had spiked the AIDS virus, the AIDS bacteria, into the vaccine. When it went over to Africa, there was a British reporter with the World Health Federation that found the AIDS virus had been spiked, AIDS bacteria had been spiked into the smallpox vaccine. 75 million people were given that vaccine. It looked like it was a matter of genocide to get rid of a welfare class. What it did to those two countries were it bankrupted them. They came to the United States and the World Bank for help. And guess what happened? Now the World Bank and all the rich people run those two countries, those two African countries, because they bankrupted them. Zaire and I forget the other one. So basically, yeah.
This is documented.
Oh yes, it's a document.
75 million died of AIDS. Those two countries.
Yep. Yep. So that's what I have to say about those, and
So in other words, if it's like an argument,
they're spiked. That's spiking. Like I said, you can get it spiked. You can get it if you get a transfusion, it's spiked into you. And it doesn't have to pass through membranes. When a virus or bacteria has to, whether you're producing, let's say you make a virus in your body to break down a substance in it, you have it in your mucus. It has to penetrate the mucus lining. It has to get through your salivary glands or your hydrochloric acid. It has to go through 30 hoops, 5 phases to get into your body. And then it has to be able to reproduce. Almost impossible. 5 million to 1 that it can happen.
What about all those people who had AIDS?
Spiked into them, every one of them.
So if you spike it into someone, there's much more of a chance that they
Yes.
get it.
Yeah. If you get blood transfusion or you get some kind of injection where it's in that matter.
And is AIDS sexually transmitted? Is that?
No.
It's not.
Now, Strecker thought it was when he wrote his book, and he did a video on it. He thought that people would watch a video much better. It was called the Strecker Memorandum, and he thought that the virus could pass through the membranes easily, but in my laboratory test, couldn't get it to happen. And each ejaculation, you only have like 2, if a person has AIDS, they have 2 bodies, AIDS bodies in the ejaculation. 2 can't even survive to reproduce.
What about the herpes virus?
The herpes, like I say, it's a solvent. It's not transmittable. But in a lot of the cases I've seen where a person will get herpes after they've had sexual relationships or involved in a relationship with somebody that had herpes and never noticed an outbreak before, like attracts like on many, many levels. So it's somewhat coincidental. But there's a lot of people who have relationships with people with herpes and never get herpes. Most people don't, because it's not contagious. But if somebody has a lot of toxicity stored in their nerve endings, they are likely to produce at some point of their life a virus to break that tissue down, to help it leave the body. People say, well, it goes after, when does it not eat live cells? And it's like asking, well, the crows and the vultures, they don't go after live things, they go after dead or decaying things. They never go after something that's healthy. And that's the same way with the nature I've found in my laboratory experiments with all types of bacteria. Again, viruses are not alive. It's a solvent, it's a chemistry, it's a chemical that the body produces to dissolve certain kinds of matter. And the difference between virus and bacteria is extreme difference in its execution of dissolving toxicity in the body. Let's say you have a cell, a body of cells, a particular area of severe degeneration. If your body uses bacteria to do it, if your body can, the bacteria goes in, or parasites will eat that matter. What happens when you eat 7 pounds of food? You reduce it into one piece of fecal matter that comes out the next day. 7 pounds all of a sudden into 3/4 to a pound of fecal matter and urination. Well, the byproducts from bacteria are very small. But when your body uses solvent, what happens when you use a solvent to clean anything? Lots of water. You've got to dilute it, help dissolve it. It needs that medium. So when your body uses virus to do it, you have water retention, you have edema, and a lot more fluid toxicity running around in the body. If you use bacteria or parasites to do it, the toxicity is reduced 10 to 12 times. So it's much easier to get through. That's why when somebody says, or a doctor says, that usually a viral problem is greater than a bacterial problem, because the solvent process causes a lot more toxicity, a lot more swelling in the fluid systems of the body, except in meningitis. And that's because the high metallic poisons the heavy metals in the neurological system. So when the virus go in there and break it down, they concentrate that metal poisoning into a small substance, so it becomes very, very potent. Whereas the viral helps dilute it with the swelling, with the edema, so it doesn't seem to damage the nerves as badly.
Interesting. What you're saying, more or less, then, is that viruses and bacteria are part of this organic process of healing.
That's right. It's the process that precedes healing. It's a process of breaking down the contamination in the body. Healing is regenerating the cells to replace the toxic dead cells.
Aajonus, in the investigation via the Freedom Act, did they find out who ultimately was responsible for approving the spike?
Well, it was the biowarfare department of the military machine, NSA.
So the president had nothing to do with it, I assume.
Oh, well, the president was aware of it because Bush was part of the heralding of that kind of information, because he had run the CIA for 30 years. So he was very informed. And of course, Reagan was against homosexuals completely. Hated them. So not that anything linked directly with him, but the linking of that particular information that he hated homosexuals, and that Bush was his his running partner, and his vice president, who helped create all of that while he was part of the CIA and worked with the NSA.
I'm just
Yes.
curious, if it's not sexually transmitted, how come people are still getting it?
Well, you have to understand, like, it could live 12 years in the body. I mean, it could be in the body 12 years before it becomes symptomatic. And some people are resistant to it. So some people don't even have a problem,
And it was
even though they've had it.
Getting the strep B.
Hepatitis vaccine, or transfusions, or sharing the needle, taking drugs, because they'll pull blood out of you. Then they'll use the same hypodermic with the blood in it, which has the AIDS in it, and then they'll inject it into them. And sure, it can reproduce. It doesn't have to go through any barriers. There's no mucous membrane. There's no salivary enzyme. There's no hydrochloric acid. There's no fluid acids that naturally occurs in mucus. That mucus lining is extremely hard to break through. It's 5 million to 1 that one could survive it.
But what about the present vaccination program where hepatitis B is sort of routine given?
Well, it's supposedly not infected. When the Strecker, when the bioattack alert came out, they knew that they could be caught, and then it seemed to have disappeared. So there's been no contamination that's been found since then. That's why AIDS is not growing.
What about the SARS, the new one that's out?
Yeah, if you read anything about it, you see it's just pneumonia called a different name.
Okay.
Yeah. Doctors love people to go for, their help. So they'll take an old disease, it has just a little new makeup, and, nature does that. This year it's a swine flu, last year it was a monkey flu. There's just a little something different, but they'll blame it on some animal to make you afraid of biologically your nature. They'll make you afraid of nature in general by addressing it to some wild animal. It never comes from any wild animal. It's a natural process of the body degenerating. And as the climate and the weather patterns and everything changes, so do the makeup and the look of some of these virus and bacteria.
Why are people dying faster from this than they are from...
Well, the report I got back from Leonard Horowitz, who's heavy into it, Dr. Leonard Horowitz, he said that all the people who have died that he's been able to look at so far have been treated by the medical profession. They've had penicillins and other antibiotics, and they died of symptoms of anaphylaxis, which is severe allergy to an exposed toxin, neurotoxin. And some people will, children who die or people who die instantly from a vaccine, it's anaphylaxis. It's a severe allergy to it. It'll shut their system down and they die quickly.
Are you saying that these people die from SARS from penicillin allergies?
Yeah, they're dying from the medication allergies that they're being treated with.
Well, wouldn't the medical profession at least catch on to that?
Do you think they're going to admit that?
They don't care
Do you know?
either.
Do you know what the lawsuits would be?
Well,
They shut down the hospitals.
And what they could be later with all this fear going around.
They like that. People run to them and get all kinds of medication.
It's all about money.
Yeah, it is. It's all about money. And look at the country they're doing it to. China.
Canada.
Yeah. Who are they trying to destabilize now?
North Korea.
North Korea. And what is North Korea attached to? China. Trying to destabilize those countries. So that's a political issue
So
anyway.
it's German warfare in a sense.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. But, that's, the so-called smallpox vaccine, the smallpox epidemic in South America, they're wiping out the natives. That was a ruse. A particular reporter who wrote thing called savages, showed that they had the symptoms of smallpox because their water supplies were being poisoned with formaldehyde and other poisonings. And when the reaction on the physical being looked like smallpox, but they were really being poisoned to death. Again, to take over the emerald, ruby, and diamond mines of South America. And that man watched it for about 15 years. Watched Coca-Cola do it. Hire people to go poison them. Give them automatic machine guns to go in and poison them and kill the natives so they wouldn't have the interference on that land. So this stuff is pretty documented, but...
So who was after women to introduce the papillomavirus?
That I've not researched. But like I said, papilloma is, virus is not a living thing. So the whole idea that it's transmittable is like saying, is poison transmittable? It's not a live thing.
Well, was syphilis transmittable?
Everybody has syphilis. Everybody has the syphilis virus in their nervous system. Same with poliomyelitis. Everybody has polio. Is it active or not? That's been proven.
So what's going on, say, like with the herpes virus, when it's active and it's breaking out? What's going on in your body? What's happening?
The nerve endings are usually using a virus to break it down. The swelling in nerve tissue is extensive, like I say, because, it has the high metallic poisons from cooking food. Those metallic become free radicals. Those minerals become free radicals as soon as you cook a food. So it causes mass swelling. Well, mass swelling in a nerve is extremely painful. So it's just breaking down the nerve, the toxicity in that nerve ending.
So the virus is breaking down the toxicity?
Yes.
So...
The degenerative tissue. The cells, the nerve cells that have been damaged from toxicity, from basically the environment, the pollution, and eating cooked foods.
So that's actually a positive process?
It's a positive process, yes. If you eat properly, like my clients who suffered with herpes, for 15, 20 years. I had one fellow who didn't suffer one bout of it for the first year and a half that he was on the diet. And when he suffered a bout of it after that, it was 1/10 of what it ever been. And he's been on the diet now 5 years. And he's rarely had an incident, and rarely did it ever bother him, and it never incapacitated him as it had before. And he had both genital and, facial herpes.
What if, I've been trying to do the diet for the last couple of months, but I'm having a breakout right now, and I'm not sure what...
kind of doing the diet, I don't know what that means.
I know.
Yeah.
I've been doing it as well as I know how, given what the books I've got. But
well, if you were to follow the dietary plan, probably dietary plan 3 for you, 1 for you, in the book, in the recipe book, you shouldn't have a problem with getting through it pretty easily, and eating the pain formula once a day. But if you're not doing that whole program, you're not doing that kind of diet,
okay.
And no sugar in the mornings, not even milk sugars.
Okay.
Juice than meat. The only way it'll work. Are we past the 45 minutes?
No, 10 more minutes.
Okay.
The tape will click.
We're usually getting into stuff that goes into the workshop part instead of the lecture part. So.
What is the workshop going to be about?
The workshop gets into the details of how the diet works, how to make it work for you, and why it works.
Okay. I have a question which kind of rages within myself. The human being is a complicated, in a sense, being. There are, of course, physical components. Diet is important. I do respect to eat a lot of organic foods, etc. But there's also a lot which contributes to a powerful life force. And that is mental and emotional attitudes, and also their connection with their spiritual being, which allows, pure energy, light in a sense. So you have a number of causal elements that contribute to health and well-being. And my concern is that, are you mainly just focusing on diet?
Yes, I focus mainly on diet because all those other things are available in hordes. But this diet isn't very well known, and it's not available, and it's the one that works the best for reversing diseases. And you know that a major part of your psychological and emotional problems comes from eating the wrong foods. If you eat sugars, you'll deteriorate the villi in the intestines. You won't be able to absorb properly. You have sugar problems. That means you have emotional problems. If you've ever been around somebody with sugar problems or diabetic, you know that they're crazy.
Mood swings?
Yeah, mood swings. And that's because of the physiology.
Yeah.
So I found that more people are affected by doing a diet than doing just the spiritual and emotional developmental stuff. To give you an example, I got one woman who was on psychotropic drugs for 27 years, taking 5 drugs at a time. And she had to alter them because they would create side effects. This woman was a basket case, a literal basket case. She's on the diet on and off for a year and a half. When she would stay strictly on it, she'd do very well. But it didn't get rid of all the contamination that was in her nervous system from all the years of drug taking. So I know that by taking high meats, which are meats with a lot of bacteria growing on it, that when you eat those and eat enough of it, those bacteria will pass because they're natural. The body will allow them to survive and get into the blood in the body. And what that's like doing is, let's say you have a whole house to renovate and clean, and there's only you to do it. You have to go in there with a scrub and a hammer and chisel and break everything apart. And let's say you hire a whole team of people. When you eat that high meat with all that bacteria in it, you suddenly have all that help. Everybody who eats it, there's only one exception to that. She just felt a little bit better, but everybody gets happy. Because he had to get right close to me while I'm eating it, and I had jars of it. I had like 50 jars of it. I had glands, I had meat, I had intestines, everything was high as can be. And I ate about 8 ounces of it. Normally I'll eat a golf ball size amount, but I ate 8 ounces of it for them filming this, to show people that you don't have to be afraid of all that stuff. I'm a person who has no hydrochloric acid because they performed a vagotomy on me. So they cut the nerves, the vagus nerve to my stomach. They completely severed it from my stomach. So I don't produce hydrochloric acid in the stomach. I produce it throughout the small intestine like we all do, but the major part of it is in the stomach I don't have. So I'm eating all this high meat, getting no reaction from it except giddy and happy. Because the body is delighted to have all that bacteria to help you do the work that you would have to do with solvents otherwise, with all this mass fluid contamination affecting the blood, neurological system, and lymph. Therefore, spreading it to the whole body, creating a mild form of toxemia. Depending upon how toxic you are, it can be extreme toxemia. So the bacteria, the body is like hiring all these helpers to do all that work and to reduce the contamination by 10 to 12%. 10 to 12 times reduction in contaminated fluids, contaminated substances. So no wonder the body gets happy when everybody eats, except for the one person, everybody eats the high meat. Fecal matter is the same way. Yes?
Are you interested in doing any long-term and short-term clinical studies with clients?
Yes, but I'd have to have a doctor who's willing to supervise it.
And have you found, is there anyone out there possibly who?
Well, it takes a lot of money, first of all. I spent over $1 million in my laboratory research. One test cost me $36,000 just to invent it and create it, to go through it. It took almost a year to develop it, just to be able to study it. So it would probably take a couple of $1 million, and a doctor who's willing to do it. You know, if that doctor wants another $1 million to do it, you're looking at $3 million. You know?
And there isn't going to be any drug companies going to make money.
Oh, no drug company's going to fund it. Yeah,
So.
you have to have some very wealthy person who wants to, you know, get the truth out there.
Have you treated any MDs?
Oh, I've got probably about 12 MDs on the diet. I'm not a doctor, so I don't treat anybody. The medical profession owns the word cure, they own the word diagnostic, and they own the word treat. If anybody in this room uses any one of those words in conjunction with their relationship with somebody else, you can be tried for practicing medicine without a license.
And have any of those MDs been willing to give testimonials in groups
Oh, they
like
do.
this?
I've got them on the web. My publisher has them on the website, so there's some of them up there. Yeah, but you know, they're so enmeshed in their own lives that they're not normally researchers. They are doctors, you know, who practice and diagnose, but not researchers. It takes a certain kind of mind.
That's right. Do you have any researchers who are clients?
No.
Not yet.
No one. All those researchers, there's only one that was on the diet, and she was retired, Elnora Van Winkle. She was at Milhauser Labs at New York City University Medical Center for almost 40 years, and she studied all the neurological compounds that make up the body. And you know, she was on the diet for 2 years, did wonderfully. She was near 80 years old, and then she decided that life should be more natural, so she went into an Instincto diet, and she died within months.
What kind of diet is that?
Instincto diet, you eat what you have it flavor for. That means you're going to eat a lot of fruit. And she was already too thin, and that killed her. Just ripped all the fats out of her body. Yeah.
So how does this diet work for some, as far as assimilation and all of that, for one with no large intestine?
Well, large intestine doesn't have to do with much assimilation. The large intestine is your last stage of digestion for proteins. E. coli breaks down proteins. It also sets free verotoxins, which prevent cancer from growing in the body. The University of Toronto, in association with the Hospital for Sick Children of Toronto, have been using the aflatoxin, the verotoxin produced by E. coli for over 27 years to completely shrink human brain tumors in 2 to 7 days, including the vessels going to it.
Using a bacteria?
E. coli from the intestines. Using its byproduct, which was supposed to be the poison that causes ill health. There are 18 universities in the United States and Canada which are now using smallpox vaccine, polio bacteria, poliomyelitis, all of these substances to shrink tumors and eliminate them from the body. Hell, just eat some high meat or high eggs. You know what? The Vion Products came out with attenuated salmonella last year. The University of Yale University had been using salmonella for about 10 years to shrink tumors and reverse cancer. But don't eat it, because then you won't need to have it injected into you. So what they did with this salmonella, they attenuated it, which means they altered its makeup. So now what it does, when they inject you with it, it goes in and chokes off the oxygen to the tumor. Then what they want to do is inject you with a solvent to dissolve the tumor, when normally the salmonella's next stage would be eat it up. So they charge $8,000 for an injection of this attenuated salmonella, and then $12,000 for an injection to implant this solvent in you. $20,000 of treatment. Hell, just rot your eggs and let your meat rot. Eat it. Simple as that. Or eat fecal matter, from a buffalo or a cow.
That's working with nature.
Pardon?
Working with nature.
Yeah.
At least one of my last questions. Thank you, Dustin. But basically, there's ideas. People don't necessarily eat meat for a reason. You know what I mean? It's whatever it is, philosophical, spiritual, whatever. I'm not a vegetarian myself, but I kind of don't mind eating raw fish, sushi. When I think about eating raw chicken or raw red meat, I'm kind of wondering, there must be good and bad effects. And you're talking about the good effects, but there must be effects,
Because?
Well, you kind of picture this whole evolutionary thing. You eat, you are what you eat in a sense, but what you eat is going to affect you vibrationally. Okay? I'm not just talking about physical health, but you do have, mental, spiritual, emotional component.
Do I look like a basket case to you?
Well,
when I was a vegetarian and fruitarian, I was a basket case. Did anybody hear the radio show a couple of weeks ago? Well, there was on somebody before I spoke who was a fruitarian raw fooder, hyperactive, and he was going 20,000 miles an hour. Wasn't listening to his host.
Unbelievable.
Was answering questions before they were even posed, and wasn't even answering the question that was asked. I got an email saying that, my God, the contrast was phenomenal between that other fellow and me. And he's supposed to be this spiritually evolved, gracious, incredible person. But let me tell you, when I first went on the circuit, I met Linda down in San Diego when I was down there doing a Whole Life Expo. And there is a whole network down there of the First Law people, which are vegans, raw food vegans, heavy on the fruit. Let me tell you, there's nobody more violent than a vegan. They came to my table, and they were literally foaming at the mouth. The propaganda that I was spreading would be harmful to the whole spiritual world in general and the universe. And I was doing grave harm, and what business did I have doing that? So I happened to have a mirror in my bag, so I said, take a look at this. Take a look at your mouth. You see all the foam coming out of it? You see how it's crystallizing all over there? And I said, see your intensity? I said, is that spiritually in tune? Are you subdued? Are you quiet? Are you patient? I was the same way for 6.5 years when I ate like you. I decided that wasn't for me. Because somebody, it took them a while to hit my buttons, but when they hit it, man, I was the dragon. Now, I can handle it under any circumstance. There's no way that you can defuse my spiritual calmness. But anybody who drinks a poison, eats a poison, whether it's food or an actual chemical, is going to have physical, psychological, and spiritual problems. So if you take care of your temple, the spiritual will be open and work properly.
People's ideas, I appreciate that. I can see where you're coming from. People go to war because of ideas and religion.
Absolutely.
So that was, when you talk about them, I'm seeing their mental distortion. All right.
Hitler, vegetarian. Oh, the vegans go nuts when I mention that one. Hitler was a vegetarian. He would put sugar in his wine. He would put extra sprinkle sugar on his cake, his donuts.
Who's this guy?
Hitler.
Oh, Hitler.
Hitler was going to make everybody a vegetarian on the planet.
Really?
And this man had a diffused, sense of logic.
Yeah.
he was better than everybody else because he didn't eat meat.
Yeah.
And didn't eat dairy products.
I'm not that
Yeah.
way. Did you hear of Annalise Scarron? Wrote a number of books, never received royalties on any, supposedly because she was at a point where she was both mortal and mortal. And written a number of books. One was called Year of Gods, on and on. Some powerful books. But she spoke about her process of transmutation or translation. And she was of extraordinary health and well-being, okay, physically, emotionally, etc. But she spoke about her process, from changing her diet to be lighter and lighter and lighter. And then at the end, when she was more or less clear of mind, heart, and being, became fruitarian briefly. Then
Yeah, she died. Left the body. Left the body. Listen, I've been around a lot of those. I lived with Sharn Singh. You know, a lot of these masters back in the 70s when I was trying to get well, I was trying everybody. The spiritual masters, let me tell you, they terribly, I mean, what's his name? Not Sharn Singh, but the one with the Shivananda yoga community.
Bikram?
Pardon?
Bikram,
No.
He brags about eating fast food.
No, I forgot his name. No. No. But I'd been with them too. They all ate terribly. They all had indigestion. They had bad, stinky gas. They were addicted to toxic ice cream, not good ice cream. They'd go for any kind of ice cream. Vishnu Devananda, that's it. And they were all terrible.
Yeah.
And, you know, when you get into that state, they were not nice people.
Yeah.
They were very ugly people. And these are supposed to be ascended masters?
Right, pizza and ice cream.
You know, pizza and ice cream. Oh, my God, he used to, I couldn't be in the same room with him. His farts were so bad. They were terrible. And so was his temper. You didn't want to be around him when he got like that.
And all his disciples followed him, thought
Yep.
that was the way to do it.
That was the way to do it, yeah. Yeah, they threw me out eventually. But, you know. But they all did better while I was there, while I was a nutritionist there, and I was their dietitian. They did a lot better. Of course, I wasn't in the meat yet, you know, but I was still into the raw dairy and the raw fats and stuff like that. So I had to eat a lot of it, so they did better. So if you can be as centered as you can be, but boy, you poison that body and the whole, it's like a car. You can have a Rolls Royce. You put bad fuel in it, bad oil in it. I don't care how precise and wonderful that machine is. You put the wrong thing in it and it's not going to work properly.
Going down.
That's right. Spirituality, no matter what it is. There was somebody down there who had a question.
Does Leonard Horowitz follow this kind of a diet also?
No. I don't think he knows about it. You know, every time I've spoken with him, and I've spoken with him a few times because I see him at the, you know, the health things, he's so busy talking about his stuff, I never get a word in, so.
Just hand him one of your books.
Right.
Thank you, Aajonus. Oh, you have one more question?
One more question, and then we'll end this one.
I think I'm hearing you say that you are a kinder, gentler you.
Incredibly, yeah.
Without, minus, even if a person didn't have a spiritual practice or had never done any spiritual consciousness raising, that there's something about this diet that makes you.
Exactly. Well, let's put it even beyond that. When I was a vegan and a raw fooder, which was mainly an instincto, I ate lots of fruit, I daily thought about how I could kill Bush and Reagan. How I was going to stop them from bothering Nicaragua and El Salvador and get them out of there. I was plotting every day with an intensity you would not believe. Then when I started eating raw meat on a daily basis and cut out all the fruits, I became an entirely different person. I approached things without all that anxiety and that anger.
I haven't been a vegan. I mean, I've been somewhat, but I've never been a vegan.
And let me finish this. I'm a person who, in my early stages getting to health, used to spend 10 to 12 hours a day doing yoga and meditation. Heavily trained with some masters. and I was considered very evolved in that network. I couldn't control anything, you know. I mean, if I was there focused on it and ignored all the other stuff, then I could be fine. But, you know, you're a yogi, somebody feeds you berries every day, you don't need to do anything but breathe a few words. You don't need much food, you know. But if you want to function in society, you got to eat, you know. And these yogas who purport to be evolved, you put a good meal in front of them and they start having gas and all kinds of problems. They can't digest 2 fruits together because they've been vegan or fruitarian so long. You know, they have no enzymes left to digest foods, any food properly. So that is the difference. So go ahead and finish what you were saying.
Well, I'm trying to relate to it as somebody who hasn't been a vegan or a fruitarian.
Right.
And so that's it.
Well, I would say that people who are not vegans, whether it's cooked or raw, will probably always be a little bit calmer in body, because if you don't have the proteins and the fats that come along with the animal products, I've always found people to be less controllable and have more sugar problems. Yes.
There's also a book going around that's Eat Right for Your Blood Type, and where they say certain blood types do go for more meat.
Well, Diadamo did not do the laboratory work. I mean, did not do the actual clinical experimentation. He just did a laboratory and looked at the different components of the blood, devised this whole thing. But actually in practice, it has no effect on reality. A lot of my clients came to me from Diadamo's diet. They were A blood type, and weren't supposed to eat any red meat, and they were weak, they were edemic, they had all kinds of problems. So they went on the raw red meat. They were great, fine, happy. Here's one right here.
Yeah, but I had that book. We lived that for a while. Now I tell people I eat beef and it digests better than anything I've ever eaten.
Yeah. And this is an A.
Yeah, exactly.
I have a question about children and raising children and people that, you know, my husband, I don't know if he'd ever go on the diet, and he seems to be pretty okay health-wise.
There
and
are a
my
few people
children,
who
you
can
know,
be.
Easter time, I'm like, you know, sugar. I'm hearing your thing about sugar, and I give them fruit at you know, that's their dessert at night. So, just curious.
Should
what
do it in the afternoon.
in the afternoon.
No,
Yeah.
none at
Well,
night,
I thought
because then they
that's
won't
better
sleep properly. But usually if they have it in the afternoon, they won't crave it in the evening, and they won't have a sleep problem.
Well, that's what we give instead of dessert. We think the fruits, you
Give
know.
them honey. Something with honey and
Ice cream.
honey and like raw cream and honey together, something like that, to give them a treat. That way they'll sleep better. They'll be smarter.
And those who are, I mean, children, and it's good to give them as much, or.
Well, the youngest one that ever went on to die was 3 months old. He's in New Jersey. This kid likes to eat his meat off the grass. He prefers it that way, off grass. He wants that soil bacteria or whatever it is. He prefers it that way. And he's now, he was just 2 years old in December. When I was with him last September, he was a year and 9 months old at that time. The kid is incredibly advanced. He was sitting down with his 4-year-old cousin. And she's kind of hyper, you know, on a bad diet and everything, but this kid doesn't eat anything cooked. And mostly raw meat is what he eats. And the cream and butter. That's about all he eats. His mother brought him home a new toy, and it was a cutout with all the alphabet, and then, you know, the plugs you put into it. So she put it between the cousin and this little boy. The cousin took over. She was going to do the whole puzzle. 4 years old and can't get one of them in correctly. So after she got frustrated after about 6 or 7 minutes, then Forrest does it. Forrest took every one out of order and identified the letter and put it in its place, never getting one wrong. In 2 minutes, did the whole alphabet. He is now doing 6th grade work, and he's only 2 years old. There's one teenager here that she's not here today, but her mother forced her to be on the diet as long as she was home. At school, she did her thing there, but she had to eat the meat and the juice in the morning, come home and eat the rest of the foods and the meat. And she did it, belligerently, but her mother forced her to do it. She went from a B student to an A student. She also was a dancer. She went from a mediocre dancer to one of the top dancers. Guess who the next year was doing the diet on her own without force? Yep. Yep. Well, we're going to have to break this up, and anything else we're going to have to do in the workshop end of it.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay, so anyone who wants to sign up for the workshop who hasn't yet signed up, see me. We also have books, and we have a video, and John has tapes of past workshops. So we have all that here. And thanks for coming. We'll take a break.
Yes.
20 minutes.
Yeah, about 15, 20 minutes.
Yeah. Have some supplies we can play with.
Thank you, Aajonus.
Yes.
You're welcome. Thank you.
In the workshop, are we going to have a chat?
Even the laughing threat, in your restaurant. They weren't intimidated. They were from Texas, But everybody else serves it to me.
You can get raw steaks in the restaurant?
Locally, you can get it at the Willow. You can get it at pretty much anywhere we've ordered.
New Moon.
We've ordered
New
raw.
Moon.
Yeah, New Moon. They're pretty accommodatable. They're the chefs, because they're like, they know the flavor of meat.
Country Rose.
Yeah.
If you're going to a restaurant where you want me to, you want to deal with it ahead of time, if you call and talk with the chef, you'll get it cleared way ahead of time, because all good chefs have been trained, no steak tartare, no carpaccio, sashimi. I'm not afraid of raw meat because that's part of cuisine, So if you call and talk, like one time my last girlfriend wanted to go to some Arabian thing, wanted to watch the belly dancing, so I called the chef and I said, would it be possible to make some steak tartare? He went out of his way to make the best steak tartare that ever made. Wow. And, I told him no salt, no anything like that. And it was perfect. It was ready when I got there. Because they are so bored with making the same thing day in and day out that when they get something different, they really like to go out of their way to make it special. And it clears up everything, before you go. Otherwise, you have to, deal with the challenges. At first, you have to educate the waiter, then you have to educate, the manager, and it just goes on and on. But he was asking me about, there's a Assembly Bill 2612, California Assembly Bill, that came out in June of 2000. There was a law in January of 2000 that outlawed any raw meat in a restaurant. Any place you serve, delis, anything like that, could no longer serve any raw meat. Basically, that wiped out all steak tartare in Italian restaurants, sushi, all of those. So a lot of restaurants would have to close. So the Restaurant Association, the MDs at the health department snuck this in. But when the Restaurant Society found out about it, they filed a suit immediately. I've never seen a law changed in less than 6 months, as this one was. It went into law in January, where anything but well-cooked meats was legal to sell in a ready-made in a restaurant or a deli, to legalize raw meat in June, January to June. Usually takes a year and a half for a bill to circulate and change. That's how powerful the restaurant industry is. But I was very happy about it. So in there, on like the second page, about two-thirds down the page, it says meat cooked less than well done, or meat less than well done, may be served if it says that it's cooked less than well done or raw in the menu or displayed somewhere in the restaurant, or the patron asks for it. So basically the law is there where you can get that meat, and if somebody refuses you, that's basically they're breaking the law. Of course, the law doesn't really stipulate that they have to serve you, but it does. Basically, that's illegal to do that, but it scares them. So anytime somebody says, well, I can't serve you raw meat, I say, well, that's okay, I'll own your restaurant. Immediately they change their minds. I say it jokingly, but they get the point, and I'm always served, except for that one time. But that was before that law was put in, that Texas company that bought that restaurant refused me.
What is steak tartare?
Steak tartare is a dish where it's ground meat or thinly sliced meat mixed with raw egg, capers, and usually salt, onions, maybe some mushrooms. And it's all raw. The raw eggs, the raw meat, everything's raw in it.
What was the other dish that you mentioned?
Carpaccio. That's Italian. They take meat like a steak, sirloin, and they'll cut it paper thin and then spread olive oil on it. And usually they'll saute the mushrooms and onions. You just tell them not to saute. Now the only drawback with carpaccio is that to get it sliced that thinly, they freeze the meat first. So.
And sometimes they do salt and pepper, so you have to.
Oh, you have to always tell them. Yeah.
Is pepper bad for you?
It has a tendency to irritate the intestinal tract. I tried it about 2 months ago, having some again, and it still bothered me.
It doesn't bother you, don't worry about it, but...
Well, it could take a while to build up to where it bothers you too. You may be strong enough to ward off your mucus may protect you enough, but when it starts seeping in and the pepper starts getting into your salivary enzymes and everything, your eyes start burning a little bit. It's penetrated.
Okay.
How do you know the quality of their meat?
Restaurants always get the best quality. They always get the top of everything.
What about the antibiotics and things in the meat? Is that okay?
Mostly stores in the bones and the glands, so I don't eat any glands or bones, bone marrow from an animal that isn't organic.
But the flesh is okay.
Yeah. Okay. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take you through what it takes to do the diet and do it well. I didn't get this defined until the last few years, because when I laid a diet out for people and they followed it, they improved 10% faster. Some people who didn't improve at all and just got, in their particular disease, when they followed their own kind of instinctual eating, they didn't improve very much at all. But when I defined a diet for them, I found that they all improved without exception. Yeah. So I gotten to the point where I let people go for, the first year or so, and then I encourage them to take the next step, which is be disciplined. And one of the first disciplines that I'd like to talk about is how sugar is used in the body and how proteins are used in place of sugars. Now, all sugars, whether they're raw or cooked, have a lot of byproducts, which is called advanced glycation end product. Anytime you use carbohydrate as fuel and it gets made into glycogen, there's a byproduct from that. Columbia University Medical Center found that it stores at a rate of 70 to 90% in the body. and it has a ratio of toxicity byproduct of 70 to 80% of all the byproducts that are produced by the sugar is the advanced glycation end product. That means whether it's raw or cooked, you store it, most of it in the body. This causes a lot of degeneration in the tissues. That's why fruitarians don't do well even though they're doing it raw, because it just keeps breaking down the body. It keeps dissolving the body because the sugar byproducts keep melting the tissues. Calls for fat to control it, and the fats have to arrest it. If people don't have fats, their bodies will go into the glands and bones and start pulling out the fats, and if you pull out the fats, you pull out the minerals, and then you start pulling out the proteins, and the whole body starts evaporating, dissolving. Found that if you use protein as your fuel, it makes a pyruvate out of it first. Then the pyruvate is transformed into glucagon. And glucagon is a very clean burning, clean utilized substance like glycogen is not. Only 7 to 8% byproduct forms, and our body can handle about 12% in a day. So you can eat the protein and never have a sugar problem. A lot of people run into the problem is that they like to get up in the morning, have some milk or some fruit, and you're damaged for the rest of the day. Because then your body will crave glycogen for the rest of the day. Another problem with the glycogen and the byproduct formation is that it causes the intestinal tract and the blood to be over-alkalinized. So meat will be repulsive to you. So you just can't get the meat in because it's not attractive, it's even repulsive. So you have to stay away from anything with high sugar in it. And that's milk and that's fruit. A little bit of honey is okay, it doesn't work the same, doesn't react the same. But any kind of high carbohydrate will. Carrot juice will do the same thing. So if you start off the day with a green vegetable juice with very little carbohydrate in it, and all of the green vegetable juice don't have much carbohydrate in it, and then go from there about an hour later to a meat meal, you start the day off with a clean substance, not much byproduct. So the mind is clear, the whole emotional makeup of the body doesn't have those irritating advanced glycation end products irritating the nervous system, causing you to be, spaced out or irritable or emotional. Everything is very clean, deliberate, and direct. And you also not crave all the fruit. All of a sudden, fruit will become somewhat repulsive to you. You can still eat one piece of fruit with lots of fat in the afternoon, and it won't cause a problem. But it shouldn't be before 2 o'clock, and it shouldn't be after 6 o'clock. You should have a lot of fat with it, preferably, so that when the advanced glycation end product does form, you will have the fats to bind with it and remove it from the system so it doesn't store easily. And it won't cause a problem while it's still floating active in the blood and nervous system. That is the main point about making this diet enjoyable. Because most people will start off with milk and with fruit, and then they just are repulsed to the meat, and they never get the meat in, and they do not have the progression in health nor clarity or stability. So, yes?
What type of fat do you recommend eating with the fruit?
Coconut cream with a mixture of raw cream or butter. Now, coconut cream... No, you can have all three together. Yeah. But at least 2 of them. If you're having, you can have cream by itself or butter by itself with the fruit, or even some cheese with the butter or cream. If you have cheese, you should always have butter with the cheese so it doesn't constipate you. There's never enough fat in the cheese to make it work. That's why it's binding. That's why it causes constipation. So if you have the butter with it, you'll be able to utilize all those minerals. Now, the minerals in cheese don't really give you a mineral that can be cellularly utilized. But what it does is it provides minerals to lock on, to chelate with the toxic metals that are in your body from all the years of cooked foods and all the pollution. So it'll track them and bind with it. If you have the fat, it binds with that and keeps it from being reabsorbed or locking up in your intestines into constipation. That leaves all of the other minerals in your juice and your meat and everything else you're eating free to be absorbed by the cells and to become stronger. Whether it's glandular, a tissue, or intestines or bone. Your body can utilize every bit of it to rebuild and strengthen. So even though cheese does not provide minerals that are cellularly absorbable directly, it does indirectly. By using those minerals that are in the cheese to bind with the toxic minerals. So you don't have to use the good minerals that can be cellularly absorbed as detoxifiers for the toxic metals in the system and toxic minerals. Now, some minerals are affected by as low temperatures as 96 degrees. Phosphorus is destroyed about 96 degrees, altered at 96 degrees. And so people say, oh, well, you can heat things up to 122 degrees and the enzymes are still present, but there are alterations that cause changes as low as 96 degrees, damaging changes. And what happens when you have low phosphorus level? You need more calcium and potassium and in a proper balance because it throws everything else off. When you have things at their proper temperatures, low temperatures, there's never that seesaw effect, unless you're having a seesaw effect from the detoxification of the chemicals that are already in the body. So, I'm just giving you some things to help you lock on to an understanding why things work, and so that when you eat them, you have an appreciation for them. Also, you'll be more mindful of eating something that you may instinctively know that you're lacking, but with this information, I'm giving your psyche and your mind buttons to hit. So when it recognizes, it's a little bit smarter than we are, that there's a certain problem, if I give you a clue button, then all of a sudden, oh, I need cheese. You may say, oh, why do I need cheese? Well, you may have a lot of toxic minerals floating in the blood at the time. All the good minerals from the juice and the meats are going to be utilized to detoxify those unless you eat cheese. Lots of butter with it. So trust those instincts. Those really work for you when you're trying to make the diet work. Yes?
What about fats like olive oil and avocados? Would those work to eat with fruit or not?
No. That's what I was phasing into next. You're thinking ahead of me, which is good. Yeah.
How much butter compared to the ratio of cheese?
I eat more. If I'm eating a block of cheese like this, equal amount of butter minimum. I usually have more.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Now, you have to look at the nature of oils and fats. When you have an animal fat, it is predominantly, 2/3 of it is predominantly utilized to stabilize, calm, and strengthen the body. When you have a pressed oil, flax oil, olive oil, the body mainly uses it as a solvent, as an oil to dissolve substances, to help make viruses, to help make any kind of soap substance which will dissolve toxicity in the body. If you have olive oil, flax oil, without another fat, guess what's going to happen? When that oil goes in there, is made into a solvent to start dissolving the body, you're not going to have any good fats to bind with those to keep it from being caustic in your system. So it's like taking a solvent and you use a pure solvent to degrease something and you have no water to dilute it. What's going to happen? You're going to have this gunky mess. It's going to be floating around in your blood. You need the animal fats. The pressed oils are decontaminants. They're solvents to dissolve and break down garbage. They are not to make you stronger and healthy, although they will indirectly by helping get rid of the pollution. But if you get rid of the pollution without other fats to bind with those, you're going to be more polluted because you're going to have that gunk locking up in your systems in various areas. Sometimes if you're lucky enough, you might have diarrhea or vomit to relieve that mess. But if you're eating the butter and cream and cheeses, then you won't have that kind of reaction as often. If you eat a lot of olive oil, a lot of flax oil, pressed oils, including coconut cream, with everything that you eat, basically you're going to be dissolving and not stabilizing and strengthening the body. That can make you irritable. That can also make meat repulsive to you. There are a number of things that can make meat repulsive to you. You had a question?
So when I was...
Sound like you got a revelation that looked like it.
Yeah, I did, because I really found myself being incredibly more irritable, and I've been doing the weight loss part. I've been doing this diet for about a year, and just started with the weight loss a couple months ago, and I'm always hungry, and I didn't want to just eat the raw meat, so I was doing the olive oil, the pesto, and so I just realized maybe that's what's making me more irritable. And then I started eating the cream, which definitely seems to make a difference and more calming to my nerves.
Good.
So that's the trick.
Now, for 3 years ago, when I told people to do the weight loss, when I gave them that information, I told them to not eat the fat with the meats, but caused people to be unable to do the weight loss. For 1/3 of the people couldn't do the weight loss easily and become very irritable. So I decided that let the whole weight loss take 2 months instead of 6 weeks. And maybe even a little bit longer. Just slower doing it, but have some cream and butter without meat while you're on the weight loss. And that's what I've done in the second book. So it makes it work better. And out of all the people who've done that particular weight loss, there are only 2 that still have difficulty out of about 500. So that's a pretty good average that it will work 99.9% of the time, 99.5% of the time.
How much butter would the meat on the weight loss versus the regular one?
Well, it depends, but in the recipe book, it's set out in there. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Welcome. Okay, so if you start the day off with a vegetable juice, the point of that is, and it's a green vegetable juice, to alkalinize the blood because you've had a whole night without eating. You're going to have a lot of byproducts in the blood and in the glands and the lymph and the neurological system. You need something to give you lots of enzymes and vitamins to get everything moving and alkalinized so you're not sluggish. It's like a hit of coffee without the toxicity. So, and people say, well, I got to have my coffee. Well, I have the juice and you'll know that you don't need the coffee. And some people have, an over-alkaline system already. Like if they have sugar problems, your diabetics almost always have over-alkalinity in the blood. So a vegetable juice by itself can be a problem, so it's always better to put a tablespoon or 2 of cream in it if you normally have a sugar problem. That means that you may have over-alkalinized blood. So putting the cream in it will help. People who are too thin and very dry also should put cream in it, because that vegetable juice will cause even greater hunger. Yes.
Can you talk about the acid and alkaline? I'm still not clear on this concept. I have like a sugar problem. I eat a lot of sugar. I would have thought that I would be acidic from that, not alkaline.
Well, if you're eating processed sugars, it creates an acidic condition in the intestines. But in the blood, it causes an over-alkalinity, because you're always trying to pull alkalinizing minerals into the blood because of the acid contamination in the intestines. Body's always trying to balance itself. And there's such an addictive problem in people with the sugar problem that in order to get ahead, they need to add a little bit more fat into their system so they can get the meat down. Otherwise, they won't get the meat down. It'll over-alkalinize the system, and they'll still be repulsed to meat. And most people will look, is there urine acid or alkaline? That doesn't make any difference. It's what the blood is. Because the blood and the urine won't always match as far as acidity level. Usually by the time you're urinating, you've already balanced it, if you were over one or the other, if you're on a raw diet. If you're not on a raw diet, it could go one way or another, and you never know why or what. So the vegetable juice is to provide all the vitamins. If you're using parsley, you have the vitamin E, you have the chlorophyll to help alkalinize the system, there's vitamin E to help as an antioxidant. Also, the chlorophyll helps you absorb oxygen and utilize oxygen in the system, both intracellularly and respiratorily in your body, not just cellular respiration. And if you have celery there, celery should always be the major portion of the juice, 55 to 60% minimum. And that's because of all the toxic salt that we've had throughout the years and the need for sodium throughout the entire body. Because the body cannot absorb H2O properly without sodium. But if you have too much sodium in the system, especially from salt, it causes a clumping of the ions, sodium ions. And as it passes the cell and the cell decides it wants to open and absorb a nutrient, it does it by the nature of the one or two ions inside that cell. It's its guts, basically. So it opens up, and if it's a sodium ion, it will be carrying H2O normally. Potassium ion may be carrying glucagon or glycogen. So it absorbs and eats that way. If it's clumped outside, the ion magnetism is greater. It'll rip the ions out of the cell, and the cell will shrivel up and die. Can never eat again. That's it. That cell's dead. And one little bitty grain of salt will destroy 1 million red blood cells. I mean, it won't even fit on a pin drop, but still, accumulatively over a lifetime, that's a lot of cellular destruction. That's like that's like burning your bank account. You know, well, I've got so much here, I'll just burn it, and then by the time you're ready to retire, you're a pauper.
Does it matter what kind of salt it is?
Yep.
Even if
It doesn't
it's
matter.
salt?
It's all toxic. I've probably, in the thousands of people that I've seen, probably used salt in their diets 3 times. And that's it. Suggests that they have salt, and that was maybe 1 grain of salt, per year, for them. Well, the way I tell, and I don't know if anybody of you will be able to, be astute enough to know what it looks like, is when a person is in an advanced stage of ill health and they turn very white and their cells don't look like, and they turn very sallow looking, even though they may have energy, and the blood's not circulating well because there's not enough H2O being absorbed. That's the only time that I suggest salt be taken, until the coloration of the skin changes. I've known people on the diet 3 years who have had advanced stages of cancer. And, after 2 or 3 years on the diet, they just are not getting enough sodium, not getting enough H2O to absorb enough sodium. Even if I have them eat some phenomenal amount of celery and tomatoes. So if I have them just have that little bit of sun-dried sea salt and some good mineral water. I found that if I put it in with tomatoes or celery juice, usually the sodium in the celery juice or the tomatoes will bind with that salt and not allow it to be utilized in the system, not to spread throughout the system. Because the body wants to prevent free radical salt from getting into the system, and it will do it.
So how would you administer it to the body?
Just put it in water.
Okay.
Yeah. So I use like Gerolsteiner. You put it in Gerolsteiner and put in a liter of Gerolsteiner, and then you just drink it through the week. But there's only one person in this room where I can see it would be helpful, and that's Linda Brehm. And that's probably because she went through, she was in an apartment fire and got burned pretty badly. But she doesn't need much. So the vegetable juice is to give you that head start, provide you with lots of minerals and enzymes, and to get the body ahead, getting ready for food.
That was parsley and celery and...
Parsley, celery are your basics. You can have whatever else, is I suggest, like I suggested for you, or you can just go on your own. If you use cucumber's high in silica, helps cool and calm the body. So something you might want to have during the summertime. If you have a high acidic nature to your system, if you constantly have burns or sores, you might use cucumber in your juice, and that silica will help bind with those caustic substances such as bile that's causing irritation and burning of the tissues.
Just a little more on salt. In We Want to Live, you mentioned
adrenal
salt craving,
Uh-huh.
and that indicates mineral deficiency.
Correct.
Is there anything more since then? Because my son's having a problem with salt craving, going off Central American diet now,
Right.
wanting the salt.
Well, if he drinks eats tomatoes and drinks the celery juice 99.95% of the time, that takes care of it. If it doesn't take care of it after that time, and your skin looks fine. I mean, even though you've got acne, I can see that you've got enough sodium in your tissue, in your skin, so your blood is not starved. However, you may have so much old toxic salt in your system that it binds with most of the sodium that you're eating. And you're not getting enough sodium for a balanced, relaxed feeling. Just eat more tomatoes. A watermelon in the afternoon. Watermelon and avocado. Avocado is very high in sodium. So if you eat avocado and watermelon together, that would be a heavy concentration of salt, or of sodium, a good natural sodium. You notice that right after, if you eat watermelon and avocado, you'll start perspiring. Most people, if it's warm out, and you may not perspire before you will have eaten that. Yes?
Do you consider cucumber a squash?
Yes, cucumber is a squash. But zucchini and some of the others like crookneck, they're higher in zinc and other minerals, not silica. So they don't calm the body, but they'll bind with the toxic metals in the system. Yes?
The raw meat have a lot of sodium in it?
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. It's just that when it's locked in with protein, it doesn't have the same effect. It's already bound and constructed with the blood and building blocks. when it's in a liquid form like tomato or celery juice or watermelon. It's very available to be utilized for anything. And cheese is very helpful there too. You might add some cheese to, Wes might add some cheese and with butter to help his mineral balance. Yes?
I was eating some raw crackers, made with nuts and stuff for fun, and it had salt in it. And then I was detoxing salt like crazy, like the day after. Like I just wanted to spit that salt. It was like so strange. I never had that experience before.
Now you know how radically the body wants to get rid of
like the,
salt.
The day after, for a few days sometimes.
And the people who I all of a sudden give the salt to after years of not having it, it's all they taste for 3 or 4 days is the salt. Did I really need that salt? I say, well, look at your color and you've improved, It worked, but you only have to do it, maybe once a year, once every 6 months, if it's necessary.
What about a person that craves salt all the time? Like my mother, she salts tomatoes, she salts apples, she salts cereal, she salts everything. And I'm wondering where that's going to lead her. I can't even. I'll get my head chopped off. I say nothing about it, But
yeah, I wouldn't even be concerned with it. Usually, somebody like that has such an addiction. It's like alcohol. I mean, if she were to eat cheese and tomatoes together, and she'd probably do okay. But it's probably what it would take: cheese and butter and tomatoes together to stop that craving. It's usually such an overall mineral balance, but then they crave the salt to try to remedy everything, and it doesn't work. That's why they keep craving it. But if she ate the cheese and tomatoes and butter together, it should satisfy it.
Okay, I'll try.
Maybe about 5 days of doing that. Okay. Sometimes I've seen in some cases it's taken 10 days. But usually within 3 to 5 days there's a balance formed. So we start the body off with a vegetable juice, a green vegetable juice to get it going, vitamins, enzymes, and lots of minerals. So remember that every time we ate a cooked food, the pancreas had to manufacture a hormone which went to every cell of the body like two thugs and said, I need some of your vitamins, enzymes, and your minerals. And that means that's going into the bank account every time, just taking a little out at a time. So then you get older, and that's when age and ill health are synonymous. Because you've spent your bank account and you've got all this toxicity locked in the body. To try to replace some of those, that's the function of the vegetable juice. That's why most people need it 4 times a day. If at the noontime, if that juice, once you drink it, causes fatigue and you just want to go to sleep, and you can't, then skip that juice. If you can go to sleep, go to sleep. Because it's better that you have the juice and go to sleep. But if you have to function and you can't afford to take a nap and be that sleepy and not there and present because you're sleepy, then skip that juice. Yes?
When the juice causes like a burning in my stomach for a long time, why?
That's usually, she gets burning sometimes after she drinks the juice. When the juice is alkalinizing, what it will do is start pulling acids that are in the esophagus and the hiatal, which is membrane between the stomach and the lungs. The acids in there will start dumping into the esophagus and in the stomach. That'll cause burning. If you want to lock those caustic substances like bile that cause the burning, you just add a tablespoon of cream to your juice as long as that's happening. Then you won't have that experience. The fats will bind with it as it's passing through the tissues or even before it passes through the tissues, and then you'll be satiated and relaxed. Okay?
Thanks.
So then yes.
would the juice, in the morning it would kind of give you a lift. Why would it make you tired at noon?
Because for some people what it is that they like to go into, that's when the kidneys are getting ready to go into a detoxification. And if the kidneys or bladder are pretty toxic, the body needs to go to sleep to use all of its nutrients on taking care of those glands. And the adrenal gland may be involved in it too. And so the body just wants to go to sleep. It's best to go to sleep so you can reconstitute those particular glands. Those particular organs, or gland and organs. So if it's the adrenal involved with the kidneys and bladder. So that's something that would be preferable to take a nap. But if you can't function, you just can't function. So then just cut it out. And you can take care of your kidneys later. And bladder and adrenals. Okay. So then about an hour later, now for some people it takes a good hour to be able to utilize all the nutrients in a juice and to reacidify the stomach and duodenum before meat goes into it. That juice is very alkalinizing. So as it's absorbed through the stomach walls and duodenal walls, and usually it's all absorbed by the time it passes into the lower part of the duodenum. So it never gets into the intestines, except for a little bit of particles maybe from they got through into the juice. But they won't cause a problem because they're basically not going to be able to break them down anyway. That's how they got into the juice. There's such a hard, cellulose that it passed into the juice, and you're not going to break it down. It may cause your stools to be green, but it won't interfere with the acid-alkaline balance of the body. So most of that juice is absorbed in the stomach and duodenum. Duodenum is part of the stomach. And it's absorbed there, and it gets into the blood immediately and alkalinizes the blood from a long night of heavy toxicity. Because your body, after about 3.5 hours, your body starts considering using its own substance for fuel, for anything that's happening. So then it'll start, by the 4.5, 5 hours, it's eating its own cells. That causes a lot of ketosis. And the ketones, which are fat substances utilized from old cells built on toxic food, are very acrid and caustic. You need to neutralize those with alkaline fluids, and the necessity for the juice. So it is ultra important to have a juice the first thing in the morning, to be more level and relaxed and clear your blood for your mind and your nervous system and your lymph system. Then it takes about an hour to be all absorbed and correct itself where the stomach is acidified and ready for the meat. Some people, if they're very thin and don't have enough fat on their body, may have to eat in 40-45 minutes after they eat that vegetable juice. And they shouldn't wait any longer than 40-45 minutes. Their system's already acid because their body is working very fast and on overtime because they're too thin. It's basically the body is starving. So wait, 45 minutes to an hour, depending upon your system, and then eat a meat meal. Do not go beyond an hour and 15 minutes. Your body will get acid again. Then you won't be able to eat the meat as well. And if you eat the meat an hour later, hour and 15 minutes later, it will be very easy, you will find, to eat the meat in the morning. In fact, it'll be so fulfilling and make you feel so good and grounded and focused that it's well worth whatever ill taste it may present you because you're not used to the raw meat. And always have fat with the meat. If you want to help dissolve, let's say you have tumors or fibroids in the body, and you want to help dissolve some of that. If you want to play it safe, have a pressed oil with the meat only once every 3 meat meals maximum. It means a pressed oil only once every 3 meat meals. And never by itself. Always have cream or butter with that meal as well. And, basically that's the way mayonnaise was made. You've got the vegetable oil and you've got the butter and the egg in it. So, tartar sauce is the same way. You just throw some dill pickles in there and you have tartar sauce. But all those are in the book and make it very, very easy, the recipe book, and make it very easy to learn how to combine those oils. Now, let's say if you're an overweight person, you can have a meat meal with just olive oil, or just, a fish meal with just flax oil. The reason I say that is because flax oil slightly tastes like fish, so having them together is a, great taste combo. But if you're overweight, you could have some pressed oil and be able to handle the solvent reaction because you'd have enough fat on your body. But if you don't, if you're a thin person, I recommend never having those oils with the meat without some other fat, without some animal fat with it, because you will get irritable, you may not be able to sleep well, and you may get so acidic that you don't like your life around, your life and the other people around you in your life. Yes?
What about avocado as a fat?
Avocado is mainly used as fuel and a solvent. It's great for cleaning the liver, the gallbladder, and spleen. But again, it's mainly a detoxifier. It's not a stabilizer. I remember when I used to eat 5 to 7 avocados a day. I still got skinnier the next day. 7 pounds of nuts. Still got skinnier every day. It doesn't react, it doesn't stabilize and build the body. Only fats are the animal fats. Yes?
So are you in ketosis during the day when you're eating food, even though you're not eating carbohydrates?
Yes, you'll be into ketosis. As long as you're a meat eater, you're going to be into ketosis. No, you need it. It's only when it's highly acidic and caustic from eating cooked meat that you have a problem.
So ketones in themselves are not?
Not bad, no. Oh, not on this kind of diet. Yeah.
Does that mean that with avocados, they should be used similar to the pressed oils, like smaller amounts with another fat?
Now, what's great with avocados, the Mexicans know this, they put sour cream with the avocado. Yeah, so delicious. Man. I'm really hungry. Usually I don't have a vegetable juice when I'm doing these, but I just needed a vegetable juice. And now I'm very hungry, so we may have to take an extra break. And we'll do it anyway, because I have to take you into the kitchen to show you some tricks to make things easier, yes?
Speaking of that, do you have a certain time agenda that you're going to be following this afternoon? Because I need to leave fairly soon, and I want to get a reading.
How soon do you have to leave?
Well, when I spoke with Jill, she said that, I mentioned to her 2:30. Well, it's past that. But,
oh, my gosh.
I just told him he could go first.
Right.
Well, first, we usually don't start that until about 4:30, 4:45. But what we'll do is when we break to go into the kitchen, which will be shortly because I'm going to have to eat something, I'll do your short reading there and let everybody, intermingle again. So that'll put us about 15 minutes behind, but that's okay.
Thank you.
Yes. You have another question? I saw you
that must be
raising your hand, but...
Yeah, just, you have a green drink, and that does definitely make you more hungry within the hour, doesn't it? No matter,
oh, yes, because it gets everything clean and going, ready to eat more food and digest it. Yeah.
So what would you have done instead of that?
Well, usually I'll just drink milk or, eat some meat in between so I don't have to stop, so I don't get too hungry. Because sometimes if I let my hunger go too long, I get brain fog, and that's not good for me while I'm giving a workshop. That's all you need to see is somebody scatterbrained, So if I can't eat after having vegetable juice, I'll skip the vegetable juice for that time, so I can keep functioning, and then I'll double up in the morning or double up in the evening. That's easy. Yeah, I do that sometimes. If I do the juice, I can take eggs, and that'll help remedy it. But I'm a little bit, probably because of this, I'm a little bit more hungry than normal. Eggs aren't going to do it, I know it. But I have some ground meat ready. And I saw an avocado over there, and I brought my raw cream, sour cream. So. Guess what I'm having? And meat, yep.
So you can have avocado and meat together?
Yes. Okay. Yeah, as long as you have some other fat with it.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's a definitely don't do combination?
Two people that don't get along.
What else?
Citrus and red meats should not be combined unless they're combined with fats ahead of time. Like, if you're having mayonnaise with meat, you've got a little bit of vinegar, and vinegar is something that isn't good with red meat unless it's mixed with the fat before 7 to 10 minutes before you're going to mix it with red meat. So lemon, lime, none of those are good with red meat unless it's been combined with butter or cream 7 to 10 minutes prior to mixing it with the red meat.
How about citrus, avocado, and cheese?
Sounds fine.
What's that?
It would be constipating for some people. Butter's a little bit better when you have cheese, especially if you're having it with avocado, because avocado is a drying oil. Like you put avocado on you, it hardens. Like vegetable oils, you put them with earth, and you have a rock. That's what's causing all the hardening of the arteries.
What's that?
It's not animal fats. It's vegetable oils. What happens to vegetable oils when they mix in nature? They turn into a rock, like amber. Amber was a resin of a tree, fat of a tree, turns into rock. So all that blaming of hardening of the arteries was a rarity until pressed oils came out, vegetable oils, margarines and stuff like that. Then everybody started getting hardening of the arteries. And the tribes that eat even cooked meats, they don't have hardening of the arteries, they don't have heart disease. But vegetable juice will do it to you, especially cooked vegetable fats, hardening of the arteries. People cooking safflower oil, olive oil, stuff like that. Yes?
Are eggs a fat source?
Yes. The yolks are a wonderful fat source. But with our particular systems and where we have been in our lives, they have a tendency to detox a lot of medication in the system and drugs. And they seem to go for that. The body seems to utilize it to detoxify those substances from the body. So some people, if they have cancer, I'll tell them to eat the eggs alone, Rocky style. But most people should have a little sip of cream before or after they're going to eat the Rocky eggs, or some butter and honey, so that when those chemicals come out of the system, there's some extra fat there to protect the body.
Yeah, I get nauseous by like 4 or 5 eggs in one sitting.
Starts pulling those poisons out right away. They start dumping into the stomach. Remember, nausea is always a sign that poisons are dumping into the stomach. It's a good thing. And like I say, vomiting is the best thing that could happen to you in life, because the poisons lead there directly. If you have diarrhea as the second choice, you lose lots of nutrients that way, and you can become more exhausted. But vomiting, hey, you get it out and it's over. Done. You can start eating right away. Yes?
So a little bit to back up, you were saying if you eat a lot of oils with your red meats, you can become irritable and not like anything that's happening around you.
Correct.
Okay, that's exactly where I've been at lately. So for the different fat you take, the butter, coconut cream?
No, coconut cream is mainly a solvent. It has to do butter or cream.
Butter, cream, that's it.
That's it. It's the only two fats that will stabilize the system. Well, anything, it could be sour cream, it could be cream cheese. Yeah. And to make cream cheese, all you have to do is instead of letting the cream sit in a jar in a low cupboard for, a couple of 1 week to 2 weeks, you have sour cream. After about 3 months, you have cream cheese. Water always goes to the bottom and you have this thick, cream cheese. It's delicious. Very easy to make. You just put it in the cupboard and forget about it.
What happens if it's too long?
It doesn't. Just remember that dairy never putrefies. Raw dairy never putrefies. It only becomes cheese. The older, the harder. That's the only thing about it. It is never bad. Yes?
Can you get enough raw fat from raw milk, or do you need to do raw cream?
A lot of times there's never enough, most of the time, 90, probably say 5% of the time, the cream that's in milk is never enough. Because milk is another one like eggs. The American Indians, if they got let's say a scorpion bite or a rattlesnake bite, if they had a lactating animal around, instead of cutting the wound and sucking it out, they just go drink milk. Because the milk drew the poisons to the stomach. They'd vomit, and that'd be the end of it. Over easily.
Raw milk, though.
Yeah, raw milk, definitely.
So I noticed that with feeding her just plain milk, she doesn't do well at all. She gets constipated, actually. Mm-hmm. So if I add an egg once in a while, it helps.
Cream.
And now I've just been putting in cream regularly.
And you notice babies just spit up all the time. Toxins are dumping into their stomachs. So they're spitting up constantly, and that's a good thing. They're getting rid of the poisons that they're being fed. This baby not. No, that's what I mean. She's not getting poisoned, but other babies who are fed this Gerber's garbage and all the other formulas, that's poison. And they have to spit up several times a day. 10, 12 times a day is good for the amount of poisons that they're eating. It's just not on my shirt.
It's pretty amazing that the body keeps growing, feeding
I
us
know.
so much crap.
Yeah. But as the Pottinger cats and the Howe rats showed, that after 4 generations, that was it. So we have 2 more generations to go, and we're going to see a big demise in the world population. Because
Aren't they able to reproduce and breed?
yeah, they're not going to be able to reproduce. Well, you can see it now. I mean, so many people are becoming impotent. It's outrageous. And the Howe cats, the Howe rats and the Pottinger cats went through the same thing. By the 4th generation, they couldn't reproduce. And by the 5th generation, they had such epidemics that they were dying easily young.
Why was that?
Because they fed them cooked foods. And the cats and rats that they fed raw had no diseases. And one thing I mentioned before was that how when he does experiments with the rats, they had a characteristic that was different from Pottinger's cats. Pottinger's cats lived a third less life. They lived, a shorter life if they cooked foods than those who ate raw, a third less. However, the rats and the Howell experiments, they lived the same age. The ones who ate the cooked foods got diseases, but the ones who were raw food didn't, but they lived the same 3 years. So he racked his brain for a year, and when he was going over his notes, he realized that the rats were eating their fecal matter. So it extended their life. They were getting bacteria and enzymes to help them get rid of the toxicity it was building in the body. So he decided to redo the experiments. So he put a mesh screen down. So anytime any of them went to, had a bowel movement, it went through the screen and they couldn't eat it. And guess what happened to the rats? They only lived 2 years with all their diseases. And the diseases were a lot worse because they weren't able to eat the fecal matter. So it's like infusing yourself with high bacteria. Yes?
Would fecal matter in general be a good thing then? Like, I get eggs from one of my teachers, and she says, oh, make sure you wash them clean, because you don't want the chicken poop to soak in through the eggshell. And would it be better to leave that on there?
Absolutely. Anytime I can get eggs unwashed, I do it, and I'll lick the outer side. And I have clients, who have cancer, and some of their tumors weren't reversing. I was telling Bernard about one of them who had cancer. Well, actually, she had fibroids that were so thick in her uterus it made her look like she was 4 months pregnant. And a lot of difficulty and constipation, everything, because it was choking off her entire intestinal tract down here. And she did the diet for about 1 year and 3 months, and they grew very, very slowly, but they were still growing. And she was a lot better and happier everywhere, but then they choked off her valves going from the kidney to the bladder. So all of a sudden she was having, toxic blood. She was getting jaundice, getting very sick and nauseous. So she had to go into the hospital and have some tubes put in from her kidney to her bladder. And then she said, okay, I'll eat the fecal matter. How do I get it? And I said, well, I just got a batch in, so what you have to do is eat some of the bowel, and what I do is I get buffalo with the contents. I say, give me the bowel with the contents. Don't squeeze it out. And so they'll send me, parts of the bowel, whatever poundage I want. And then I'll give it to, or sell it to the person, whatever it costs me. I don't make any money on it. And they'll eat, some of the intestine and some of the fecal matter. And she said to me after 2 weeks of having it, all of the discomfort was changing. She was reducing, and within about 2.5 months of taking it, the benign tumors reduced by 20%. But she said, I've eaten the high meat, and I thought that would do it. But after eating the buffalo fecal matter and bowel, she says, there's a sense of well-being that is so undescribable. It's like magic. Yes.
Can you talk about the eggs as detoxifiers again? It's like sometimes I'll have a single egg and I'll just feel like my energy crash and I'll feel like a sickness to my stomach. Is that just because it's taken away?
Pulling the poisons into the stomach.
So how
and you don't have enough nutrients in your blood to handle the poisons.
So how can I deal with that in general? Because I'm avoiding the eggs for that reason.
Well, you make a cream shake. More milk, the more poisons you're going to pull to the stomach. So you just let the egg pull so many, and you have cream and honey with it.
Oh, okay.
Very easy.
Cream and honey, okay.
Yeah.
Will that better do if you don't have access to cream?
It will work. Yeah, it will work. And then you can make, what I call the lubrication formula. For women, it's the moisturizing formula. For men, it's the lubrication formula. It appeals to them both ways. If I say it that way, then it's appealing. Oh, it'll moisturize me? Oh, I'll eat that. Oh, it'll lubricate me? I'll eat that. So, got to use psychology of some of this food. I mean, who would think of eating butter and eggs together, with a little lemon juice in it? Not many people would say that it doesn't sound good. But, if you say it'll moisturize them or lubricate them, so they'll try it. Then they find out it tastes like a lemon meringue drink and they love it. Most people love it. Pardon?
Get addicted to it.
Oh, yeah, it's incredible. Yeah.
What if you have a reaction to the lemons? My daughter has just...
This one, or?
No, my oldest daughter. She's 15, and she gets all her glands up here just...
How do you know it's from the lemon?
Because that's
You make it without the lemon and it doesn't happen?
Well, we don't do it without the lemon, but she's tried it with the lemon, and she goes, "Oh, I can't do that." You know, like raspberries does that to her.
Did you ever take any antibiotics?
Not for very long, but
Yeah, but it's if she has the reaction with berries, it sounds like antibiotic reaction. Yeah. Antibiotic reaction.
You said a reaction to the antibiotics from the berries or from the lemon?
Well, the lemon and the eggs can pull out the byproducts of the mutant molds from antibiotics that live in the bones and in the joints. And their byproducts, their verotoxins, are pretty toxic. And they can cause breaking out. Because you say it's around the jaw.
She doesn't break out. She just, when you get that twang of...
Well, then she needs more cream or butter with it.
Yeah.
And less lemon. Maybe it's only a tablespoon of lemon juice. Let's go take that break.
Yeah.
I have to eat. I do not want to get into a state of dumbness.
So that's why the sugar's toxic, because it's so good?
Yes. And all the minerals are radical.
Is Kobe beef a no-no because they use beer? You know about Kobe beef?
Coleman?
Kobe beef. It's a new beef.
I don't use it now. Oh, it softens. Yeah, I know about their process of using beer. It softens the tissue. Alcohol starts breaking down the tissue.
Well, that's not a good thing.
It's not a good thing at all, but it makes your beef really tender.
It does, yeah.
Well,
Fabulous.
but that's basically what you'll build is weak cells. Now, it's like the tribes, none of them eat filet mignon. They throw it to the dogs. They call it dog food because it builds weak cells. The tougher the meat, the better is the way they look at it.
How about maggots? Do we have a European thing?
There's a tribe.
Cheese and maggots, and they tenderize their meat.
Yeah, well, there's a tribe that hunts, that fillets their meats and leaves it out for the maggots to eat. When they're just before they're ready to hatch into flies, they will eat them at that point.
Right.
They have no diseases and they're entirely healthy.
Right.
Yeah.
So that kind of tenderization is different.
No, they eat the maggots. They don't eat the meat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, they don't eat the meat. They just eat.
Only eat the maggots. Yeah.
Oh, I see.
Actually, in Queensland, Australia, after they clean the carcass, they leave the leftover carcass for the maggots, and they come back for the maggots.
Eat the maggots. Yeah, the Maoris did that.
Wow. And what does that do for them?
Oh, it's great. Already pre-digested fats. I mean, protein. It's already pre-digested.
Maggots are really high in fat. That's why
Yeah.
it's hard to find fat in them.
What happens if you're doing a diet but you're not able to eat at exactly an hour and 15 minutes? Is it still beneficial?
Yes, but you would be more balanced emotionally, mentally if you were able to do the routine time schedule.
She'll vouch for that. She's seen me when I haven't had enough food on time, and
I find for myself I'm not hungry all that often. And sometimes, like I just had a green juice almost an hour ago now, so I should eat meat
Soon.
soon. But if you're not hungry, I mean, she did.
Then you start eating yourself, and then you'll never get hungry. You're going to be anorexic. Then you're going to become overacidic. Meat's going to repulse you.
So even if you're not hungry, you might want to just eat a little bit.
Yep.
Isn't that what happens in the Atkins bed? Once you start eating yourself with ketosis, isn't that partly what happens eventually?
Well, if you're not eating regularly, that's what will happen.
there was 2 times last week that I was just exhausted. I just really burnt my candle at both ends, and I went to bed just hoping I could just go to sleep. And I did go to sleep, but I hadn't eaten any protein. And both nights, I felt, it was almost like a dream, but it was like I could feel this
happening inside me. I felt like my body was eating itself. I really did.
It was.
That's exactly what it felt like was happening.
Mm-hmm. And that's not very good cells in there from all those years of cooked foods.
Yeah.
I'm going to read do his mini reading right now. Let's go over here to that one over there where there's more sunshine. You don't have to move. We just share together. Okay. See both palms. What is your name?
Daniel.
Daniel. Hi, Daniel.
Hi.
Okay, let your hands just drop into mine. Good. Okay, the right testy is debilitated quite a bit. Your left adrenal gland is also debilitated, and so is the left side of your pancreas. The left testy is in pretty good shape. The left adrenal gland is very debilitated, and the pancreas on the left side is a little bit better. It's functioning probably 50%. Thyroid function is low on the left side, a little bit better on the right. Parathyroid is very low on the left, a little bit better on the right. Looks like there's some tonsil activity, but the left one is all scarred, so it looks like you had your tonsils removed. Did you?
Yeah.
So on the left side, there's not much activity, but there's some lymphatic activity on the right side to help the absence of the tonsils. Lots of splotching, so your red blood cells aren't transporting oxygen very well, and your lymphatic, see all the white splotching? Mm-hmm. That shows lymphatic congestion. Recommend that you have 60% red meat, 40% white. After about 7 to 10 years, you could cut it down to 50-50.
75-25, okay.
Yeah.
That's what I've been doing.
Pears would be good for you right now, even though they're not in season except in New Zealand. Pears and cream and cheese, or pears and butter and cheese. You can make the cheesecake with out of the book, recipe book, with top saucing of dates and butter and honey with the pear.
Pear for?
Well, the pears, you have some chemicals in your body that the pear can help neutralize. I recommend a juice for you of 70% celery, 10% parsley, 10% cilantro, zucchini, and 10% cucumber. And you might skip fruit and only have fruit every other day.
I don't eat it very much. I don't really have a taste for it.
But you still need it.
Yeah, okay.
A little bit. Should be almost 5% of your diet. So one fruit every other day is your minimum.
Okay.
That 10% of honey that's a sugar could help make up for it if you can eat if you'll eat some of the honey, like with butter or cream. Also, raspberry is very good for you.
Mm-hmm.
Because of the type of lymphatic congestion you have, if you can get some bowel from a buffalo or a cow that's organically grown and eats a little of the fecal matter,
Okay.
with it, it's going to help you a lot. Without lymphatic congestion, it's like your bowels aren't even functioning properly. They're not being fed properly. And that'll just help them survive without having to be fed through the lymphatic system.
Did you get yours from the bison company in Wisconsin? Or a different one?
Well, we have a different. They've cut us out as of last week, so
really?
got a new one.
Oh.
It's also in Wisconsin, I think. Yeah.
This one I've been using is North Star. That's where I get
North Star is not organic.
It's not. But it was grass-fed.
Grass-fed, but they also vaccinate the females and they do something else.
Do you have a new supplier on your list?
Not on the list because that's more of a confidential thing. But we've got a new guy, and we're going to see how he works out. We're going to get our first batch in a week or two. So if you can email me and ask me, I'll know by then, within 2 weeks.
Okay.
Equal amounts of honey and cream and butter. You need both, equal amounts of both, and you need some sunshine.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I work overnight. It's hard to come by.
You need to take a nap in the sun.
Yeah.
Just take a couple of hours and take a nap in the sun.
Yeah.
And then go in and finish the rest of your nap. Or do it the other way. Sleep your main about, put on the alarm, and then go sleep the rest of it out in the sun. Because you're not assimilating. A lack of vitamin D is one of the main problems for not assimilating in your lymph system. Okay?
Number of eggs?
I can say minimum of 6, maximum of 18.
Okay. And quantity of meat?
How tall are you?
6 feet.
6 feet. Should be having at least a minimum of a pound and a half a day. Good.
Okay. Great. Thank you.
You're welcome. Did you want a palm mini reading? Okay. Yeah. Go ahead. You want me to read the baby? She doesn't need to be read. No. She's raised on raw foods. She's fine. Aren't you, sweetie?
But look at her eyes. Just take a look.
I was looking at them intensely.
But I noticed some spots.
Well, she got some bad stuff from you.
Oh, okay.
While you were developing it.
Okay.
Unless you were eating a tremendous amount of meat, she was still pulling protein from your body.
Right.
Cells from your body.
Okay.
And that'll show spots.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, if you had been 5 generations on a raw diet, then you would never have to think about it.
That's what I'm saying. I know I was.
Yeah. But she'll clean it all out. She'll do fine as long as you keep her on the diet. Like that one kid, Forrest. I mean, he's a brilliant kid.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Well, it's not also, if you have anybody else that's on the diet from other kids, I'd like to get their numbers.
Okay. Well, I have to give yours to them.
Okay, that's
all right.
for sure.
Okay. Gosh, your hands look much better. You're not all dry like they used to be. You still have a lot of congestion in your small intestine. A little bit in your descending colon. So if you get constipated, that's the problem. You might put a hot water bottle on that side at night. Help circulation better. Yeah. You have some hard fibroids in your left kidney. Right kidney, a little bit there too. The liver looks pretty good. The thyroid is still low on both sides. Parathyroids are very good, supplementing for it. You do have your tonsils?
I think so.
Yeah. They look good. This one's a little scarred, but still in good shape. You still aren't putting enough weight in the tissues. You know, I mean, you're a good size, but you're still on the thin side for you.
Yeah. Well, my weight's all in my belly and my butt.
Yeah, but you still need it wherever you can get it.
Okay.
Yeah. Just because you store it there, you just might need more.
Yeah.
You know. so you can get it all over the system. And you may have to have a lot of excessive there because that's where you store most of your poisons. And you have to put extra there to dilute it, and eventually it'll go away. You know, it's 6 or 7 years. You just have to be patient. Okay. Don't keep your baby on anything synthetic because she'll breathe those fibers and they turn plastic in the system, and they cause the PCBs, the phthalates, and stuff like that.
So fleece is synthetic?
That's synthetic, definitely. Yeah. Well, if it's truly. If it's truly fleece sheep, then it's not synthetic.
Yeah, but you can. Okay. But it's not. It's man-made. I mean, that's.
That's plastic fibers, and those you can be breathing those all day long.
Right.
You're going to get into the lungs and cause congestion.
Okay.
PCBs. There's another PSH, I think it is. They just found this in plastics. It's creating a phenomenal amount of cancer in laboratory animals.
From plastic?
Yeah, from plastic. So you had the phthalates and the PCBs that we knew about before, and now there's a new one. So elements from plastic. So get her natural clothes.
Yeah, I usually do.
Basically, you just need more fats with your meat. A lot more fats with your meat. Okay. Also, you need about 10 to 20% carrot juice.
Oh, okay.
You've got a lot of bile stored in your system, and you need that extra carotene, the vitamin A, to help soothe your tissues as it pulls it out. Now, what that may do for a while is cause huge brown spots through your body.
I thought that was the pregnancy.
No, that's bile being pulled out of the tissues, which you need to get rid of.
Away, and then they came back.
Yeah.
Oh my God, hormones or something?
No, this is bile. So you were so thin before, your body uses bile in place of fats when it doesn't have fats. Bile is to digest fats, not act as fat, because it dissolves. It's a caustic compound that's for digestion of fats, not to be used in place of. So you got this caustic stuff going in and binding with your cells. And you have it all over, and it's damaged a lot of your cells. That's the brown matter coming out.
Okay. So carrot juice will help that.
Yeah. It's better not to have too much at one time. It's better to have 10-20% of your juice. Maybe 3 days a week only. Okay. And that'll help calm and relax that.
I did have a question with her. Like now, when she poops, once in a while it's solid, and then once in a while it's real, like watery. And
When she's getting rid of watery stuff, that means some pretty caustic matter is breaking down. I agree.
Are you doing yours?
Yeah.
Yeah. And then just use the paddle. Oh yeah.
Oh.
It gives her a real bad rash, so that's obviously acidic for her.
That's caustic.
What's caustic?
Caustic means it means an irritation. It means that it will actually decompose flesh. It's so caustic.
So she's
getting rid of something. Yes. So what you need to do is put the as soon as you see that, give her extra cream. Reduce the milk because that'll pull it out more.
So would I water down the cream?
You can water down the cream or put an egg in it, thin it, better thin with an egg, and then put the primal facial body cream on her bottom in the whole area that's affected.
Okay, and then heat rash. When she gets hot, she has it now. But she gets, still has it. Little bumps.
Yeah, well, those bumps are, toxic, caustic substances leaving out her skin. It's a good thing. Okay. All right. You are so pretty. She's definitely very intuitive. Wonderful. Yeah. Just think all babies would be like that if they'd just be raw. It'd be so wonderful to have all these calm, sensitive babies.
Yeah.
Intelligent babies.
Yeah. And she's smart. I've been teaching her sign language to Mill and Hungry and and she'll do it. She'll say,
Oh, great.
She picks up things pretty quick.
Yep.
It'd be much easier to do the readings in the living room because of the receiver, because John was scared.
Yes, they just wanted to have, because they needed to leave right away. Okay, thank you. Oh, you're ticklish? Talking about avocado, yes.
When is your new book coming out?
It's been very delayed because of all my computer problems and other things I had to do, so it looks like it's going to be probably January next year.
What is it going to be on?
Pardon?
What is it going to be about?
It's going to be on detoxification.
Oh,
What do you think about like plagues throughout history? I'm taking a class on like plagues right now, and I'm just trying to like reconcile that with, is the germ theory true of people who are eating bad food?
No.
It's not contagious?
It's just that it's just that everybody's eating the same garbage, so they decay inside. So when a whole civilization keeps eating the same garbage, they're all going to reach the state of disease at the same time. The advanced state was like 5 generations, that's all it takes. That's why the American Indians, they would never stay anywhere over 100 years. Then they'd become migratory again. Their maximum was 100 years because they knew they would start getting osteoporosis right away.
So you think that maybe like a generation,
They do 2 generations and move. 100 years, yeah. Of course, our lifespan is shorter, and, we look at, 3 generations in 100 years, or even 4 generations.
Also, what do you think about the high infant mortality? When we were like hunter-gatherers, like in we took this hunter-gatherer course, and he said, in all other respects they look perfectly healthy, except they have this high rate of infant mortality.
Their thinness. And then they are exposed to those incredible temperatures, changes 50, sometimes 80 degrees from day to night. That's incredibly stressful on the body. I lived it for 3 years, and let me tell you, I was ready to die after all that was over, because it was terrible. Sometimes I didn't think, I was so cold that I didn't think I was going to wake up the next day. My brain would just get so cold it felt like an ice cube, and somebody's going to break it at any minute, and I'd pass out. And just imagine going through that your whole life.
So like the combination.
And they were so thin.
Yeah. So you get like an infectious disease or whatever. Get like some kind
well, when you're exposed to that kind of damage, let's say too cold or too hot, and you don't have the fats to protect you, then your whole body degenerates. But their mortality rate wasn't that big from that. The mortality rate was big because their offspring didn't make it most of the time. That was their problem, because they aborted a lot, because they weren't fat enough to carry the children for that whole 9.5 months. That was their biggest mortality rate, childbirth.
Seems like the Inuit were a little heavier.
Oh yeah, and they also wore their skins with the fur against the body, so it's like an oven. If you've ever worn like that, it's an oven in there. You can be in Alaska and still be happy and warm if you're eating enough meat. And fat. They eat lots of lard. I mean, one day I saw them eat nothing but a piece of fat this big. And that was at one meal.
Is it kind of soft or?
Well, depending on if it was cold or warm. If it were freezing out, of course, it'd be ice cubes. Half of their diet was or 2/3 of their diet were ice cubes. Because as soon as they fished or something, it was frozen by the time it got to their mouths. And I think that's why they have, a lifespan that doesn't exceed ours. It's the same as ours. Because they're eating too much frozen food. So it shortened their life.
It's kind of frustrating trying to bring this stuff into
the academic world.
It's really hard because
oh yes.
I wrote a paper on the champ, and my advisor like chewed me out about being totally unscientific and stuff, and it was totally objective. So you know, it was like
Can't take it personally.
Yeah, you can't.
Can't take it personally. It's their ignorance. It doesn't reflect you. All you can be is sad for them.
Yeah.
Not torture yourself.
Would you, I mean, we're trying to do this, we're trying to bring it into our studies, but would you advise, what would you see your advice for that?
Like this last 70 pages of my new book has so much scientific information. It's hard to ignore it.
It's out there.
Yeah.
I mean, do you think, let's say you became an MD, I mean, can MDs really practice this kind of medicine?
Nope, they'd be put out of business and in jail. Have their license ripped right from them.
What about a chiropractor?
Chiropractor can do anything they want. Yeah. Also a nutritional doctor, herbologist.
What about osteopathic physicians?
Osteo, they can also do pretty much their own thing.
So what would you recommend as the course for if you want to practice more this type of medicine or whatever?
Stay away from them completely and just become a nutritionist. Right. Then you can do a lot without any scrutiny. You know, well, unless somebody turns you in.
Yeah.
You know, like somebody turned me on for having caused this Campylobacter infection in their son who came to my workshop, and he ate some raw chicken, so she blamed it on me. You know, so the state of California came after me, practicing medicine without a license. It was a joke.
So are you responsible if someone, eats an egg and then says they got salmonella infection from it? You're not responsible for it. Yeah. But if you're a doctor, you are.
Yeah.
I was talking to an herbologist on the other day, and I was asking her what makes the difference. And she says, well, we consult, but the doctors, diagnose
And prescribe.
And so it's completely different.
Yeah, we give advice.
Yeah.
They tell you what to do.
Yeah. That's definitely
Shall we get going again?
Yeah.
Okay.
We put a skin formula on burns?
Oh, so you got some for her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's gonna.
Yeah. You haven't had that on you yet.
Yeah, we just put a little bit on now, but
Okay.
She's gonna give me a little bit to take.
Good.
Doctor says, hey, your cholesterol's like 250.
I say thank you. I wish it were 500.
Really?
Yes.
So it's good to have high cholesterol?
Yeah, especially on this diet, because as you're eating the new raw fats, you're going to be detoxing the old toxic fats, so you should have double the cholesterol level.
Actually, when my mom was on this, she had really high cholesterol, and hers actually went down by being on this.
It'll happen for a while, but then after 3 or 4 years, it'll go up again.
Have you had heart disease clients who
Lots.
doesn't reverse it?
Right. Well, I had angina for years as a child, and I only had, let's say, a slight bout with angina about 2 years ago, and it was so mild, didn't pass out or anything. So basically what it was my tissues, my muscle tissues were cleaning from those years of still having been toxic. And everything's going to revisit you. If you've had an illness as a child, that illness will revisit you in your lifetime, because if you weren't on a good diet, you never cleaned that area properly, and you didn't rebuild it properly. A lot of people, I included, was afraid that, because I would have re-symptoms of something, that I was getting worse. But I found that, having the patience and not going off the diet and staying with it, what I found was that those reoccurrences of symptoms was a detoxification process, and if I ate properly during the detoxification, I detoxified properly and restored and regained and healed properly. So I got healthier every time instead of less healthy.
Because I've always eaten my meat almost raw. Do you think there's any health benefit to that?
Oh, yes, definitely.
And because I've craved fats.
But now you're eating it raw?
Well, I'm just... What, fats?
Pardon?
Now,
Raw fats now?
I will go into raw fats. I mean, I have done raw fats in the past here and there, but the thing that I've always done since I was a small child was eating
Raw,
meat
rare meat. Yeah.
almost raw.
Good.
I've always wanted it that way. So I just wondered if there was some. Maybe I would have less toxic.
Less toxicity you will. You'll have less heterocyclic amines and less lipid peroxides in your system.
Even though I have high cholesterol?
High cholesterol is a wonderful thing. If you had a low cholesterol level, you'd be cold all the time and exhausted. Take, for example, I've got a champion gymnast. Before she went on the diet, her cholesterol stayed about 357. Very high. You know, this girl was 19 years old back then. But she'd get a cold or a flu every 6 weeks. And she couldn't do anything for 2 weeks. She couldn't work out, she couldn't do anything. So then she'd have to spend, the third week was basically recovering, and then she'd be back to exercising and having to rebuild in the next 3 weeks before she'd come down with a flu or a cold again. So they were going to kick her off the team. So I put her on this diet, and I said, hopefully the cholesterol will go up. The coach went nuts. The doctors went nuts. And I said, well, just watch and see what happens, And her cholesterol stayed at about 357, between 359 and 370, for the next 2 years, and she didn't have the cold or flu but once a year. And she didn't have a breakdown. She got very strong, and she was one of the top. So ignore any indications that the doctors tell you. It's the pharmaceutical companies which are giving that information, and it's all geared to sell medication. It isn't that the doctors are, hateful or harmful, intentionally. It's they're miseducated. When the Rockefellers and the Carnegies took over the medical universities back in the early 1900s, that was the problem. And back then, they were using raw foods as their main way of healing people. Mayo Clinic used raw milk to reverse asthma, emphysema, diabetes, obesity. All these universities used a lot of raw foods, but when the Carnegies and the Rockefellers came in, they offered these universities huge amounts of money to try to find an active ingredient in that food that could do the same thing so they could sell a product. And what's happened from there. It has nothing to do with food, and it's all about because they've been around it for so long. But most of the young ones, all of them are duped. There's only one, my tutor, Bruno Carigliano, who tutored me for 3.5 years in nutrition. He was in his second year of medical school, and he said, "This is bull. This is crazy," and he dropped out. Bought a health food store and became a nutritionist. And he helped thousands of people, including me, even though he's fat-phobic Italian. Doesn't make sense. Usually Italians are not fat-phobic, but he was. Explain enough about cholesterol for you? Anybody else have any questions about cholesterol?
Yeah, I do. Why is it that the doctors just keep saying that your cholesterol is too high? Don't they understand?
Well, you ask them. And if you get a cogent answer, you're lucky.
That's not.
Yeah.
Well, they talk about good and bad cholesterol.
cholesterol.
Now, that's when they got, because a lot of people went to the tribes that ate a lot of cholesterol, and they had no heart disease. So then they had to start fractionating the fat sources. They were LDL is the good guy and the HDL is the bad guy, or vice versa. They didn't know which to go at first. So they picked one as the bad guy, and there was no evidence to back it. And there still isn't. Still is no evidence. There's no empirical evidence that proves it. Because your tribes that still eat cooked meat, and that's their main diet, have no heart disease. They have no cholesterol.
So what does it come from? From margarines?
Mainly, margarines, cooked oils, safflower oil, things like that. Now, I went to Washington University Medical Center in St. Louis. They're doing experiments testing on raw fooders, vegan raw fooders, but they heard about me and wanted to know, because it's the cardiac unit of that university that wanted to know, so they were very interested in me and some of my clients. So I went there at the end of October and had complete blood work. Now, they even did a sugar tolerance test to check my pancreas because I had been diabetic, juvenile diabetic. And, I tried to talk him into letting me take honey rather than the sugar water. They said, well, they hadn't done the research on that, and it had to be the same test as everybody else. So for the first time since 1973, I had some sugar. Oh, my God, was I feeling miserable. But what had happened was, my system took care of the sugar, as it normally should, which, 30 years ago, my pancreas didn't work at all, for that whole time. And this showed the exact increment, but in the last half hour, we're supposed to stop right around, anywhere between 101, 102 to 120. It's supposed to stop lowering the sugar level. Mine took it down to 57. Because my pancreas didn't want that toxic sugar in me. So it lowered it that much, the sugar level. I said, God, your pancreas is working better than any pancreas we've ever seen. And I was a juvenile diabetic. And I had just assumed that I was a diabetic, still diabetic all of these years. But I'm not. I'm no longer a diabetic. That was nice.
So what did they find out of all that research with you?
They also found there was no plaquing in my heart. My heart was one of the cleanest they've ever seen. And there was very little plaque in my arteries. And I looked very old. And nothing like with people my age.
What was the percentage of plaque in your carotid arteries?
There was 2%, which is nothing. They could barely see it. I have the pictures. They gave me the pictures. And you can barely see it. It just looks like a little bit of speckled film. And it looks like it's being dissolved. Another 10 years it probably won't be there.
And what would the typical American have in percentage?
Because mine, when I was about 20 years old, I had about 20% plaque on my arteries.
You had an ultrasound on
Yeah.
your carotids?
Back
and
then.
How did they determine your cardiac arteries?
They did a sonogram with videotape running. And let me tell you, he spent a half an hour because he couldn't believe it. The cardiologist, he kept putting the sound every direction around the heart he could. He couldn't believe it was that clean. Usually it takes him 15 minutes to do that test. He took a half an hour. Shot twice as much video as normal.
How recently was this?
This was in October, end of October of last year. Yeah.
So were they like watching you like a hawk?
Oh yeah. Then the one who was heading it up, John, he said, "Can we do some more experiments with you?" And I said, "Well, it depends on what you want to do, as long as it's not invasive." He said, "No, I just want to take you up to our exercise room and see how you do." I said, "Well, I haven't exercised in 25 years. I don't know what you're expecting." He said, "No, just to see your strength, how you're doing on this raw meat diet, all this raw fat." So I went up there and they put me on these exercise machines. First it was the leg stuff. So they started off very low, like 20 pounds, and then they would add 20 pounds each time. I got up to 210 pounds, and still, then I just started stressing. He says, okay, let's not do any more. I won't take any chances. But, he says, and then I got onto the arm pressing, and I got up to about 200 before I started showing any strain. He said, this is amazing. This is amazing. You're not even winded. He says, we have people exercising every other day here. They can't push the amount of weight that you can, and they exercise all the time. And they're out of breath.
What were the blood lipid values?
I don't know. I mean, I've got all the tests, but I don't know how to read all of it. It was extensive. I mean, they took a lot of blood, and they did a lot of tests, and they emailed it to me, and it's, 5 long pages of information. And everything was wonderful. Yes, I'm going to put it in my next book.
Did they put you on a treadmill and give you stress tests for your heart?
Oh, yes. They put all those things on me. They put the electrodes everywhere, on my chest and around my heart.
So could you run a mile?
Well, they didn't give me anything that far. They were afraid, because they wouldn't take the chance on me being a heavy meat eater and fat eater, animal fat eater, of having any kind of cardiac arrest. So they just put me through the minimum, and let me tell you, the minimum was shocking to them. She's just stretching her arm. And another thing was that they noticed that the heart movement during exercise did go normally elevated, but within 2 seconds of stopping the exercise, my heart rate was completely normal. And they said usually there is a graph of it going down to be normal that could take 10 to 15 minutes. Mine in 2 seconds was normal. So you see this going like this, and then all of a sudden just as if I hadn't been exercising. But when I did exercise for the year and a half that I did exercise, I'd run up to 13 miles a day in the freezing cold in bare feet. On concrete and gravel, I wouldn't even be winded. I'd be breathing normally while I was running. But I would exercise it that way. I would make sure that when I inhaled, I just didn't throw the air out. I would hold it, make sure that the lung absorbed the oxygen first before it exhaled the carbon dioxide. That way my lungs not putting extra muscle activity and stress on the blood. So I was just able to keep going and keep going. And then I was satisfied of being Superman after a year and a half. I said, I don't need to exercise anymore. And that was the end of that. 25 years ago.
Sorry. Are you saying that you don't take walks? You don't want to? You don't
Once every 2 months,
you don't need to?
my ex-girlfriend made me take a walk with her on the beach.
You don't enjoy taking walks? It's not,
Well, I've got too much work to do. If I had overactive adrenals and other glands, I would insist that I do. But I don't have any overactive glands unless I eat too much fruit.
I mean, it's not something to get out in the sunshine if you want to take a walk every
Well, I'd lay out and take a nap in the sunshine. But no, I don't need a walk.
And what is your blood pressure? What was your blood pressure?
Well, my blood pressure before I went on a good raw diet was about 130 over 97 to 100. When I became a fruitarian, it went down to about 110 to 109 over 67. Very low blood pressure. But I could stop my heart from beating because I learned to do pranayama where I would take one breath every 5 minutes. I would take the air in. It would take me a minute and a half to breathe the air in completely. I'd hold it for a minute and a half and exhale for a minute and a half or longer.
And what was it when you had this workup in October? Do you remember?
It was normal. It was somewhere around, I think, I don't remember. It was probably about 112 over 70 something. But everything was extremely normal, and they weren't expecting that. Better than normal. Even my pancreas. So, I mean, all the people that had been after me to do it for years, but I didn't know anybody who would do it non-invasively. They wanted to do x-rays, not sonograms. They wanted to do my bone density, but they only had the x-ray machine to do that. They weren't set up to use the sonogram for bone testing. So they want me to go to another university that has a sonogram for bone testing. I just haven't gotten around to it.
What did you
But
do
I
when you
will
had
do
an
it.
accident? They wanted to x-ray, didn't they?
No, I just smashed a bursa. I didn't go to a doctor. I went to the food, into the hot water bottle.
Do you think exercise is helpful when doing a losing weight program?
It depends upon the individual. People with excessive glandular activity who have a tendency to be hyper-irritable, I definitely recommend that they exercise. Depending upon what I call the worry circles in the iris, depends on how much exercise they should do. If they have a lot of that, if they have 5 worry circles, they should be doing 2.5 to 3 hours a day, because those are usually athletes. And my main athletes have 6 to 7 worry circles in their eyes. They don't have a choice. They have to exercise for a living, or else they'll hurt people.
Does the diet change their need for exercise?
No, it just makes it enjoyable. I've got one fellow who is a champion, a semi-champion, a martial artist. He just turned 57 last year, so he's in the older category. Now, for the past 10 years, he's been in his class 30th to 40th position. After 2 years on the diet, and he has all charted, and that's going to be in the new book that comes out probably next January. But he has a chart here that his heart rate after he exercises. Now, this man does 12,500 jump ropes at one time a week. Another time he does 3,700. Another time 2,700 jump ropes. You know how much jumping that is? And that's extraneous stuff, and he does it fast. His heart rate when he started on the diet, for the months that he was before he started on the diet, was between 170 and 190. That was his heart rate. After 2 years on the diet, it was 99 to 98. That was after 12,500 jump ropes. A day? For one time a week. One day. Yeah. Yeah. And he came in 6th place this year in the World Championships. And everybody that beat him in his age group was at least 10 years younger. Yes?
Because you're talking about being on the diet and being strong, not necessarily needing to exercise.
Well, it depends upon your system.
Yeah.
If you have a tendency toward irritability, that means you're one of two things, or two of the two. You're either too thin, don't have enough fats to protect your nervous system. Your adrenaline and sugars, whatever you're eating, is irritating the nervous system. Or you're producing so many hormones, you're not exercising enough to utilize them. So your body will take it out in emotional stress. That's why I call those worry circles in the eye. The worry circles just tell me how active your glands should normally be. Now, people may have 5 to 7 worry circles, but they're completely chronically fatigued. But then I'll take them back to their childhood when they were hyperactive.
So this diet, strengthening the muscle, it sounds like then it might also be good for structural, like your arm or
right.
Things that people would normally say do physical therapy for or something. The diet might also be helpful for.
Well, I'm exercising it. I'm holding it up in this. No, but this happened just on Thursday, and I'm already moving my hand. See, yesterday when I was doing this, the pain was excruciating. I'd get a headache. The pain was so bad. If anybody's had bursitis, they know. So I'm, here it is only 2 days, and I'm already functioning. If I try to take unscrew something that's tight, I feel it, and it hurts. So I'm almost well already. Somebody else who had that kind of a bruise and damage, bursa, could take months to heal. So yeah, everything progresses much quicker.
Are you eating special foods to heal faster?
I eat a little bit more chicken. And I'll start my day off with chicken instead of beef.
Why is chicken?
What is it about chick question?
Is he eating special foods?
To heal the bursa problem. Any of the tissue that is white inside the body, from my experience, the white meat remedies it quicker. When the body has to there's something about the construction of red meat that the body has to go through a great transition to get to the point where it can regenerate white cells easily. So if you're eating more white meat for the intestines, lymphatic system, bursas, nervous system, the white meat will regenerate the nerves quicker. And by white meat, I mean like if you got wild rabbit, any fowl, fish, even though it's white meat, it reconstitutes the inner workings of the nerve tissue, but does not help to rebuild the myelin, as I had once believed. It helps the inner workings of the nervous system, but does not help the actual tissue development. It takes white meat to do that quickly. Now, if we took some primitive tribe, we could probably give them any of the meats and they'd work. But they're functioning properly. But we aren't. Yes?
Along those lines, I do just find with red meat that when I have turkey sometimes I find out repulsive. Is there a mechanism behind that?
Yeah, that's usually psychological. If you make the Tahitian sauce with it and marinate it in it, I guarantee you'll be a changed man. Because once your body gets a taste of it and has had it for a few times, then it will crave it, and then you'll get through that.
Tahitian sauce for the turkey? Okay.
Okay, so after, usually if somebody's underweight and has a tendency toward irritability or anxiety, it's best following the meat meal to have something that's relaxing and settling in the body. And that's usually cream, eggs, and a little honey. Then next, have a vegetable juice. If that vegetable juice makes you very sleepy, cut it out for 2 days, or cut it in half and see if you still get sleepy. But keep trying it every 3 days.
Is it detrimental not to have honey?
You won't heal as quickly. I've tried it off and on with different people for the past 3 years, and there's definitely a lowering of healing.
You mean honey after the meat meal?
With or after, or any time during the day. He said no honey.
Oh, okay. I see.
Yeah. No.
I noticed when I started this diet, I started eating the raw honey and some raw dates because that was something that was recommended. It was more sweets than I was used to, and it seemed to kind of aggravate this herpes thing. Does that mean you just have to use a lot less of the honey?
Yeah, not honey. You need to eat less fruit.
Less fruit.
Yeah, because the dates will detox you like crazy. I mean, they have biotin in it, so they detox nerves. They go right for the nerves to clean. So remember, fruit carbohydrate mainly turns into an alcohol in the system, and that's for dissolving compounds. So fruit is for detoxification. We're going to detoxify enough without pushing it. You have more than one fruit a day, and you're going to be pushing some heavy detoxification.
It seemed like any time I ate anything sweet, even if it was a shake with just milk, eggs, and honey, that I'd get a little...
It's because you had milk in it. If you just had the fruit with cream and eggs, you probably wouldn't have that big of a reaction. But you have the milk sugar along with the fruit, too much sugar.
And you have to be sure it's unheated honey, because
Yeah.
there's a lot of honey
Yeah.
that says unheated.
Yeah. Yeah. There's a lot of honey that says unheated, but they take it up to about 101 degrees. Honey has to stay below 93 degrees. That's that enzyme that the bees manufacture starts altering at 93 degrees and is destroyed by 99 to 100 degrees. And then it's high carbohydrate again.
So do you recommend, like the shakes. I thought, is it better to do that with cream or, I mean...
I do with cream. With anybody with any kind of neurological disorder, you need lots of cream and less milk. And if you have milk with anything, you better make sure it's no more than an equal proportion to the cream that you have with it. So half and half. And if you have a reaction from it, just cut out the fruit. Pardon?
Plain butter.
With honey?
And milk and cream.
It depends upon the individual. Depends upon how they digest. 'Cause for some people that can create diarrhea, and for others it can create constipation. So that's something they have to experiment with to see. Because when you start mixing butter and cream when it's not with protein, sometimes the body becomes confused because it takes protein to break them down by themselves. And then when you mix them together, the body can become very confused and not be able to do it well. So
one or the other.
Yeah. Well, sometimes I'll tell somebody to put, 3 ounces of cream and 1 tablespoon of butter in their cream shake. And sometimes no milk, or 1 or 2 ounces only, depending upon their condition. Yes.
When I do, and when my daughter does the raw goat milk and the shake, the cream, the milk, the eggs, and the honey, sometimes we get a tummy ache, and she almost always does.
Sometimes putting honey with the milk and cream can cause a problem. Sometimes the liver, gallbladder, spleen will detoxify heavily when you put the 3 together. That's an indication of a severely toxic liver, gallbladder, spleen, or even pancreas. And that's a good thing that you get nauseous, but not a happy experience.
Yeah, it's not a nausea, it's just a kind of a achy.
Indigestion, cramping. Yeah.
Cramping.
Yeah.
Same thing.
Yep. It's just that those particular chemicals that may be coming out of one of those glands is causing a cramp in the stomach wall, stomach lining, as it passes through and touches the nerves. It causes a cramping because it burns the tissue.
So no honey might be the ticket.
Well, you have to experiment. Sometimes it's a combination of all 3. Sometimes it's a combination of honey and cream. Sometimes it's a combination of honey and eggs. Now, I had that every time I put honey with eggs. So I couldn't eat honey and eggs together for 15 years. And all of a sudden one day I had it and it didn't affect me anymore. But I had, chemo and radiation for the stomach cancer and surgery, so I had a lot of poisons locked in my abdominal area. And in those glands which help the functioning of digestion, which are the liver and pancreas. And being a diabetic, my pancreas had to be 90% toxic to have juvenile diabetes. Yes?
This movie makes you more tired. Does that indicate anything?
That indicates that your nervous system needs it badly, and you're going into a heavy chemical detoxification, and you need to sleep and let it happen. And if you can't be sleepy at that time, don't eat that combination at that time. Anybody who wants energy and to keep going, what I do is I'll have 1 egg every hour, or 1 to 2 golf ball sizes of meat with a little butter or cream, and then a half a cup of milk the next hour. That way I never eat enough to satiate my system, just to satisfy it enough to keep my energy going. And I went 3 weeks with an hour and a half sleep a day without any mental fatigue by doing that. But I ate almost every hour, on the hour, a small amount. It was mainly protein and fat foods. No fruit. Get into that, you don't want to get near fruit except for a little honey.
Would you mind repeating that?
Yeah.
1 egg every hour.
1 egg, 1 hour. The next hour I'd have 1 to 2 golf ball sizes of meat with maybe a teaspoon to a tablespoon of butter or cream. And then the next hour, half a cup of milk instead of a whole cup. Whole cup would completely relax me and I'd want to go to sleep. But a half a cup was enough to satiate my system, but not cause it to relax enough to want to go to sleep.
And that was warm?
And I did not, yes, that was room temperature. I did not lose 1 pound during that whole 3-week period.
What about the juice?
21 days.
Juice in that cycle.
I had one of the commissioners of the health department, Los Angeles County Health Department, called me a liar because I had spent 3 weeks hardly sleeping at all to write that milk report that got the law changed in California. So every attorney, every law firm that I talked to said, you'll never get this law changed. Never. One of them had tried for 32 years, I think it was. And I wrote the report that was important because he wrote a 500-page report. It was so technical and so much other information that had to do with the incidence of bacteria from raw meat and from other eggs and everything else. It didn't have anything to do with meat. I took the bulk of the information just on milk. Everything was just about milk and dairy products and how all the epidemics were from cooked milk, cooked dairy products, and none from raw. I made a very complete, succinct, and proper 32-page report with another 15 exhibits from doctors, the head of the American Milk Association, Paul Fleiss, Jim Privatera, who used to be one of the milk commissioners and retired, resigned from it because of the prejudice against raw milk and raw dairy products. But they got the law changed. I mean, everybody was astounded that it happened, but it got the law changed because I took that 3 weeks to, really work hard on it. And when I went to that meeting with these health commissioners, I told them, listen, let me tell you something. There may be some misspellings in here and things wrong because I just finished this morning and I've had only an hour and a half of sleep a day for 21 days. He blatantly gave me a dissertation on how stupid and ridiculous I was to make such a statement in front of intelligent men. And I said, okay, if you are that intelligent, then how would you like to put your research where your mind is? How about we do this as an experiment? Be in your lab, I won't go anywhere, and you feed me only those foods, and you see how much sleep I get. And I'll work on a project. He wouldn't do it. And I said, then you should keep your opinion to yourself because you don't know. And what you don't know, there's a lot out there you don't know. So. Yes. I mean, they were still against raw meat after all this information. And you know what they brought as a counter piece of information to that? They brought this 86-page brochure, this long, each page is this narrow, from the CDC that told how bad milk was, without one citation, without any proof or evidence. And that's what they used to support them.
It was put out by the
CDC, Central Disease Control,
not by the
in Atlanta. No. So, I had all this hard data. Scientific data from Mayo Clinic, Harvard, Yale, Washington, all these medicals, these renowned universities, and it was all there. I didn't get any sleep the night before, even though I was dealing with this. I was in pain the whole night putting it up on the website, so it's at rawmilk.org. It's not clean, it's not pretty, and some of the pages don't come up right, but when you get to the supplemental report in favor of raw milk, that comes up clean and beautiful. And it has all the attachments. If you wanted to take that to any state, 3 states have already used it to change their laws. And one of them, the governor didn't want to do it, get the law changed, and neither did the health department. So the governor just gave a directive to the health department and said, you leave these people and their raw milk alone. That was Indiana. The governor stepped in. Yeah. Still like to get the law changed. So the next person comes in office, they don't have to fight with them. But at least they have their dairy. And that one of those families there has Sadira, one of her, the mother of these two girls, gave me a report on how her children, especially Sadira, reacted to pasteurized and raw milk. And the diarrhea that pasteurized milk gave her, and crying and cramping that she did not get with raw milk. So that's the last exhibit of that report. And those two children still eat empty meat. Empty of toxins, they call raw meat empty meat. No toxins. And they, one's, 7 years old, the other one's 4. And the one who was 4, the grandmother got me involved with that, and the grandmother had had breast cancer. She'd been on the diet about 9 or 10 years at this point. And one of her grandchildren had been born with an oversized heart, severe anemia, and an oversized liver. By the time she was 9 months, she still couldn't hold her head up very well, and she would just clumsily crawl. So they took her to a pediatrician. The pediatrician put her on certain formulas and lots of supplements, iron supplements and stuff like that. Regular old garbage. The child got worse. So at a year old, the grandmother got me involved. And I took a golf ball size of the meat, ground beef, and put it in front of the child while I went and talked with the parents. Because I knew that kid, if she were going to make it, she'd eat that raw hamburger. Look over 15 minutes later, the child, a year old, had crawled from the table and the floor where I had, put on a plate, I'd put the hamburger, and she had crawled over to the refrigerator, opened the refrigerator, and she was eating the package of hamburger. That kid, now this was a retarded child too. She was had the attention span or the faculties of about a 3-month-old when she was a year. So within 2.5 months on the diet, her heart, her liver, and her blood completely normalized. Within 2 years, the girl was playing a keyboard brilliantly. And I had a conversation with the grandmother about a year ago, and she says, guess how psychic Sadira is? And I said, what? And she said, she gave me a call, and she said, go tell Grandpa, who was in the garage doing a project, that he should be very careful. He's doing such and such, sawing something, and using a machine that he's probably going to cut himself pretty badly. So go tell him. She went in there, and he was doing just what she said. Now, there's 1,800 miles apart. They're in Indiana, and the others are in Massachusetts. She went into the garage, and sure enough, Grandpa was doing just that. And when and he was doing it in a way he shouldn't have, and was about to cut off 2 fingers. So, diet works very well for people who do it for all levels. I can't say that everybody. I would say there's about 2% of people out there that are so toxic and not well enough to really stick with the diet to get well. So they may stick to it for 3 months, 6 months at a time, and then drop out. Yes?
Is this an all or none phenomenon? I.e., if someone followed the diet, say 5 out of 7 days, would they have any improvement?
Oh, yes. Yeah. Just remember, every time you eat a cooked food, you have to leach the nutrients from your body. Every time you eat a raw food, you're adding to the body. So if you're eating, 2/3, 3/4, 90% of your food raw, you're doing a good thing for your body. Even if you're only able to eat, only if you ate 1 raw meal in your life, that would still be better than not.
So unlike the alcoholic who might fall off the wagon,
I have lots of people. I would say out of the probably 8,000 people that are doing this diet, probably 70% of them do it from 50 to 60%. Those who want to get well and they have advanced disease, they have to do it anywhere from 95 to 100%. Because when you're in advanced disease, that means you have so much toxicity is collected in different areas of the body, you need all the nutrients you can get. And a small amount won't do it. So, yes.
When you were talking about the program for having more energy, eating every hour, where do the juices fit in?
Well, that's if you can't sleep. And if you want to stay awake and alert. You don't have juices. Juices will put you to sleep, even if you only have half the amount. And you're going to get somewhat acidic over that 3-week period. Just 21 days. But, you just drink more juice when you start, doing it. But I don't know anybody has to go through that kind of rigor. But anybody who gets strapped in a situation like I was, it was either, we had a window. And that window, nobody was helping me do it. And all the people that I thought were bright enough to help me really didn't know how to focus. So I had to do it all on my own. So that means I had an hour and a half time to sleep a day, and that was it. And I would sleep in 10 minutes at a time. I just fall asleep right there. Like when I was driving up here, I got no sleep for the whole 36 hours. So then when I got into the car to drive here, I was getting sleepy. And so I stopped right outside of probably 2 hours out of town, and I took a 3-hour nap. I was able to let the seat back and sleep like this with my arm, and I was able to sleep for 3 hours. Then when I got up to Sacramento, I got very sleepy again. So I pulled over to a rest stop again. This time I could not. No, it was in a rural area, Sacramento, because there was no rest stop. It was about 20 miles south of Sacramento. So I pulled into this where there's a zoo. That's where I went. And I figured I'd fit in. So I parked there, and I couldn't sleep sitting like there. Too much pain was too much. So I ate a lot of meat, and then just put the chair up and went to sleep like this for 3 hours. And I woke up so refreshed and feeling so good. No ache in my neck, nothing. It was nice. So all kinds of ways you can do things to make things work if your nutrients are proper. And you get to a certain amount of health. Probably I couldn't have done this, 20 years ago because I wasn't to where I am now. It was just 20 years ago that I began eating meat on a raw basis, in December of '82. So it's been 20 years since I've been on this diet. And I'm only halfway. It takes 40 years to regenerate the body, every cell in the body, 5 times. And according to Pottinger's cat studies and Howell's rat studies, it took them, sick animals, 5 generations to get to well. Of course, they did it from offspring to offspring, and they would kill them and dissect them once they've reproduced. But it takes 7 to 7.5 years to reproduce every cell in the body because of the bone cells. So once the bones are decontaminated, then it's not going to pollute the rest of the body. But that's about 38 to 40 years. I'm only halfway, and I'm more than satisfied. I mean, I have a life. When I was a kid, I had no life. I was always sick. I was autistic, not able to communicate, always ridiculed, always tortured and beaten, and sick all the time. So now I'm only halfway, and I have a great life, wonderful life, and I have control. I mean, when there comes to a deadline or some, high stressful situation, I don't stress. Just do what it takes. And sometimes that's how I learn what it takes. It works. Yes?
Can you talk about mucus, like what exactly it is? I notice that sometimes I'll get mucus when I have butter, and then like with oranges, And then if I'm having like a cooked grain or sometimes cooked foods, I don't get mucus. What exactly is it? And what's its function?
Well, mucus in the body does several things, but it mainly protects the mucous membranes from an invasion of particles entering unless they're properly digested in the digestive tract. Also keeps air from drying out the membranes. Mucus is one of the most important processes of the whole body. Have you ever tried dried sex? Not enjoyable. The mucus is very important. Body uses mucus to discard a lot of poisons. Women live 20% longer than men. Guess what they produce more than men? 20% more mucus because of the vaginal area. Doctors and researchers have tried to come up with all kinds of decisions about why women live longer. But that is the most logical one. Because when the body discards a lot of its poisons, it does it into the mucus. That's why you need a cold or a flu. The bacteria or viruses already degenerated the problem. Now it's time to dump the garbage. So then it comes out the mucus. That's why you discharge all this mucus. Go clear first, that means usually chemicals are coming out. Then when it goes yellow, that means some pretty toxic dead cells are involved with a lot of bile. And when it comes out green, those tissues have been in gangrenous. You've had gangrene helping you. That's how severe that toxicity is. When you have colds and flus, it discharges it. Now, a medical team of 13 doctors came out last April of 2002, and they said that in their observations, all of the cancer clients that had a total remission and unexplained remission from cancer, it always followed or was during a cold or a flu, an intense cold or flu. This bacteria or virus go in there and dissolve the tumor. And guess what comes out during cold and flu? All this mucus discharge of all this garbage. Now, a lot of women will have too thin of mucus in the vaginal cavity, so when they have sex, the sex is not long-lived. The fibers are too short. The protein fibers build a mesh like a screen. And if the fibers are too short, it does not build a good protective wall against penetration of, let's say, cells from the penis or even cells from their own vaginal area that breaks down with the friction. And it penetrates the walls and becomes ruptured and causes an irritation to the mucous membranes, and they end up with a yeast infection. The way you can tell whether you have good long fibers or not is like when you go through fertility. When you're fertile, the mucus, you can put the mucus in your finger and it'll stretch anywhere from a half an inch to an inch and a half. Those good protein fibers are very long. When you're not fertile, the body does not make them very long because it doesn't really have the nutrients to do it. So if it doesn't have to do it, it won't do it. And it will pop and stretch. The mucus won't even hold together for, an eighth to 16th to a quarter of an inch. But when you're on a good raw diet, the more mucus you produce, the more toxicity you're going to eliminate from the body and more protection you will have from invasive properties.
So in other words, like when I'm having that orange or that butter, that's like an immediate detox, and that's why I'm not getting it with the cooked.
Your body's using that to detox, to make the mucus to detox. If it's the orange, it's likely that because it's mainly a solvent, goes into alcohol, it's causing an instant dissolution of something in your body, and your body needs the mucus to discharge it. Because no body can make mucus from orange. There's not enough, even in the bioflavonoids, there's not enough protein or fats to make proper mucus.
Is this something that comes in the throat?
Yeah, it's just your body's using other nutrients as the poisons from the orange being made into a solvent. Goes an alcohol to go in and dissolve something. The mucus is a way to reject whatever the orange has dissolved.
Oh, so the mucus is already in the body, it doesn't come from the food.
Well, it will make it as it eats it. You make it all day long. When you have mucous membranes, you're dropping mucus all the time as your food goes through. Mixes with mucus, so you have to keep building mucus on your lining constantly.
So what happens to it? Do you just eliminate it through feces, or what happens to all this mucus?
Well, most of it can be reabsorbed and reutilized. A certain amount of it will attach to things. Like if you see mucus in your fecal matter, you know that mucus held on to something so toxic that you cannot filter it out and reuse it. It's too contaminated. It's a dump site.
So to put it very simply, mucus is a sign of a good process. It's a good thing.
It's a wonderful thing. You know how irritable and nasty Arid was? Arnold Arid, who wrote The Mucusless Diet. That man,
Eat a lot of grapes.
oh my God, that man was the skinniest, and he didn't know he was irritable. And he'd be chewing anybody out and around. He was just a nasty man. He thought he was calm and collected. He had no grasp on reality because of all this fruit. His brain wasn't working properly. If you told him, calm down, he said, "What do you mean I'm calm? What are you talking about? I'm the most calm person you've ever known. Don't make accusations like that." And I mean, he was that bad. One time he threw something, and I said, "Well, is that an example of calmness?" "Well, you really upset me." "Okay, but I thought you were calm." Don't do that. And he's not a nice man.
And what was his theory on mucus?
Oh, mucus was the worst thing in the world. Well, if you take a lab test and you take the mucus that comes out of the body, it's got poisons galore in it.
Just thinking about toxicity, and say you have a mouthful of mercury fillings. Can this diet help your body deal with that, or do you just have to get that removed eventually, or what's...
Well, I'm very definite on that subject. If you're not well and you're not on a good diet, and you haven't been on one for a year or two, do not have them removed. Get stable. When the amalgams, when the mercury discharges its vapor, it turns into methyl mercury and crystallizes. It's not like a liquid mercury, though. It still crystallizes, and when it stores in the body, it disperses it all around like any toxic metal. Only when you get injections of thimerosal does it find itself and conglomerate in one place in the body. So your body can handle the crystallized mercury if it's spread out in the system, and it's okay. Once you get stabilized on the system, then have it removed. Let me give you an example. I had a girl that had the cancer that I mentioned with the breast, kidney, adrenal, and hip cancer, who had been chronically fatigued for 8 years. From the age of 20, was able to work 6 hours a day, a week. 6 hours a week, and that was it. She had a mouthful of mercury fillings, and she knew that they were creating some problems, but I said, if you have them removed, you're going into a heavy detoxification, and you can't handle that. So she waited 4 years, so she had all of her energy back right before she went out to Hawaii to live in a wild, happy, very energetic life where she works 12 to 16 hours a day. She had them removed and had no symptoms. Literally no symptoms. And she had them all taken out in 2 weeks. We went one day, had half of them removed, went back 2 weeks later and had the rest of them removed. And had porcelain inlays put in. No plastic porcelain inlays. Pardon? I know, but it's the only thing that's non-toxic. Plastics put out the PCBs, the thimerosal, and now the BHA is what they're called, BHF, whatever.
One dentist is saying the plastics have another one.
Yes, there's a certain amount, yeah. But it's not enough to leach into the system, but the gases are. And they found that the new, I think it's BHS, whatever they call it, I forget the name of it, they found that it's given the animals that are subjected to the gases from the hard plastics are getting cancers like 80% from that particular substance. And that's in those hard composite fillings.
Say that again?
That substance that they use to cure the plastic is in the plastic fillings. So you don't only get plastic fillings, you pay the extra for the porcelain fillings, inlays, or onlays, or caps. Yes?
I was curious what you recommend for doing if you're going to have some kind of dental surgery. You could do like your wisdom teeth out or something like that. You have to use Novocaine or...
I had, in 1978, I had all of my amalgams removed in 2 days. 4 hours drilled one day, 4 hours drilling the next morning. I had no Novocaine, none whatsoever. But I found that while he was drilling, the only time that the pain shot fast and hard was if that blade, that drill bit, got hot. So I would touch him on the knee, that was my signal. Touch him on the knee if that bit got hot. So he'd stop it, dip it in cold water, and start again. Relatively no pain. A lot of discomfort and tension, because they're drilling. He was hitting nerves sometimes. But what I did was I had taken a little clove oil and put it on my gums, and also ate some marijuana before I went. So that helped. No, it numbed it a bit. Yeah.
But what about like wisdom teeth, getting your wisdom teeth out?
Like they're under your
where
gums.
they're under your gums and they have to just cut it out.
I would probably go under.
So you think just...
Unless I could have somebody hypnotize me, I understand that works.
So just for one time, that wouldn't be the worst thing?
No, I do like 9 eggs a day, Rocky style eggs a day for 5 days before and 9 days after. To make sure none of the anesthetic stayed in my body, stored in my body.
Did you have a breathalyzer test after you had the amalgam through?
Did I have a breathalyzer?
Test, yes, after you had the
No.
amalgam through. I several years ago, I had one. I was surprised there was still mercury in my breath.
Well, it will be, because as that vaporized all the years that you had it, it had to store in this entire mandible area. And as it done, once you get them removed, that's why I don't like people to have them removed, because they go in an instant mercury detox once they're gone.
And what are the symptoms of that?
It depends upon the person. Sometimes it can be fatigue, sometimes it can be extreme nausea, sometimes it can be severe pain.
I think it also depends on which particular tooth, because all the acupuncture meridians run to the teeth, which affect particular parts of the body. For instance, the nose affect people look back. And so your symptoms probably will be allied to that.
Correct. And where if the brain's awake in that center, or heavily damaged.
So for wisdom teeth extraction or other kind of surgery, what about acupuncture anesthesiology?
I've heard that works too.
I've heard there are a few acupuncturists who can do that.
Yeah. I know in Year of the Dragon, what was that movie? That guy could do it.
What about cavities? What do you do about cavities?
What?
Don't care.
Cavity?
If you have them, or if you have fillings and...
I just leave mine open. I'm an experiment. I've got so many open cavities, but I go back to the dentist, every about 5 years. There's no soft decay in there. What's dissolving the teeth that are wide open are my own acids in my mouth. Are dissolving, but there's no decay in them. They're wide open, the nerves exposed, no pain. I chew with them wide open. That's fine.
What about abscess on the gum?
Well, I've had lots of those. Lots of them. And what they do is just pus out. It's part of the mercury. If you had it analyzed, you'd find that it's a lot of toxic compounds that were in the nerve of the going to the tooth, and it just, the white cells bind to that poison, and then it comes out through the gum.
This doesn't taste bad, though. It just kind of comes and goes.
Well, your body's getting rid of it.
If I eat cooked food, it gets worse.
Yeah.
I have noticed that, but when I eat, and I'm like 95% raw. I have like 2 potlucks a month that I do, and sometimes I'll have a peanut butter cookie or something, which was the question I wanted to ask. Do you ever make a peanut butter cookie or something like that?
That's in the recipe book.
I missed that too. Okay.
The nut formula?
You got to read it over and over and over again.
I go back to a few specific things.
I recommend, I have students that have read the first book 16 times and say they get out as much out of it every time they read it as they did the first time. Because there's so much you cannot comprehend until you're doing it. And that takes years and years and years to be able to assimilate all the information I put in both books. And I've concentrated it. You know how some people will ramble on and ramble on and ramble on, say the same thing until you're numb to it. Well, I didn't do that. I just laid that information out, so if you want to rehear it, you have to read it. And I recommend that everybody read both books once a year minimum. Every year.
Probably a good time of year, too.
Yeah.
Spring, exactly. Springtime. So anything else for this abscess, given that it doesn't seem to...
Pain formulas I've found is always the best thing for tooth pain.
Okay. Clove oil.
Clove oil I only used clove oil is never raw. Well, I didn't use clove oil. I didn't because it ruptured my gums a few years before. What I did was I took whole cloves and put them down here about 4 hours before I went and had the dental surgery. I mean not the surgery, but it is surgery to the tooth. The amalgam's removed, so you had to drill it out. Yeah, there's one Dr. Hansen in Los Angeles, which freezes it and takes it out whole, so you don't have all that fragment and dust all over the place. Very expensive dentist, but he knows what he's doing.
He freezes the amalgam?
Freezes the amalgams, and somehow he causes a shrinking of it, and then it lets go, the epoxy lets go, and he pulls it right out.
And that doesn't freeze the tooth or the nerve?
Mm-hmm. Not the way he does it. Cool. Yeah. I've never seen it done with one of my 72-year-old patients. Just had it done this week, and I just saw him Thursday. And he said, it's just so easy. Great. So, after you have the second juice, if you can, without going to sleep, it's time for a fruit, if you're going to have one. Every other day is probably enough. Remember that the body only needs 5% alcohol or vitamin C to be able to utilize fat properly, for fat as energy, for fat as solvent. So one, hand-sized piece of fruit every other day is enough. Some people want to have more detoxification, so they have one fruit a day. Make sure it's in the afternoon. So you don't start the day off toxic. You'll start the day off focused, level, and balanced. If you start off with the meat and go to a cream shake, the juice, meat, cream shake. Juice if you can, and then go to the fruit. You'll already be stable. You'll already be able to handle any detox that goes on. So you have a piece of fruit with some fat. If you want it to be more of a radical cleansing, use something like 2 ounces of coconut cream with 2 ounces of raw cream or 2 ounces of butter. You always want to provide a fat that's going to bind with the toxins that the coconut cream or olive oil or flax oil gets dissolves and makes it radical and free in the body. Then after that, another vegetable juice, And then after that, within no less than an hour at that time of the day, an hour after the juice, unless you're a lumberjack or somebody, an athlete who's exercising a lot, then that's okay. To only wait 45 minutes because you can get hungry very quickly. You utilize nutrients a lot more rapidly if you're exercising. And then have your second and last meat meal. This is for people who are normally hyperactive. And then have, a lot of fat with that meat meal, and have a nut formula or a lubrication moisturizing formula, and then a juice before you go to bed. If you're a person who's more lethargic, has sugar problems, then you should have 3 meat meals a day. That means that in between the juice and the fruit meal, there should be a meat meal there. So instead of having a full pound or more in 2 meals, you just break it up into 3. And those are for people who have a tendency to be sluggish. 3 meat meals are better. If you have a tendency to be hyperactive, even if you're fatigued and normally hyperactive, 2 meat meals a day is appropriate. And that nut formula is very important to bind with the psychological hormones that I talked about that Eleonora Van Winkle did the research on. Now, she has a paper called Biology of Emotions. So if you put Eleonora Van Winkle on a search engine, you'll come up with her sites. One is the technical version, and one is the layman's version. And she gets very technical with all the normal scientific information and all of the toxins. Now, what she's found is that these toxins, byproducts of emotional activity, store in the body just like any other toxin. So when they discard, you go through the same kind of anxiety that you did at the time that it occurred. That's why we're all sometimes assholes when there's nothing to be an asshole about, and you're just feeling that way. And that just stirs it up. Now, in the first book, I used a cooked starch with some raw fat, mainly butter, to bind with those because I couldn't find anything else that worked. But people kept building up a little bit of plaque, even though they show great advancement everywhere else, that somewhere, usually in the intestinal tract or in the liver, there was plaque that still continued to develop. So I knew that I needed to get rid of the cooked starch. So I developed a nut formula. And I found that if I blended the nuts until it became a flour, added an egg, some raw fat, and a little bit of honey, that it neutralized the phytic acid in the nuts, so the body was able to utilize the starch from the nuts to bind with those neurological hormones. And I found that you only had to have 1 a week unless you were under high anxiety, or you're a person that normally went under high anxiety. Then you could have it every 3 to 4 days. But never 2 days. I mean, some people do it, but they're taking a chance. If you have it too often, you can cause a neurological detoxification. And then you might find yourself unable to sleep, at night between midnight sometime and 5:30 in the morning.
What causes that again?
When you're detoxing the neurology, your nervous system at night.
What do you eat too much of to do that?
You can cause it by eating too many nut formulas.
And what kind of nuts do you use for the formula?
I use only the soft nuts. Almonds are too hard. Most of your nuts are too hard. Soft nuts are pecans, walnuts, sunflower seeds. Occasionally, if you have a very good liver, pumpkin seeds. Occasionally, if you have a very good liver, filberts.
And you have peanuts in the book.
Well, that's when peanut oil was available.
No, I mean peanut oil. Peanuts in the recipe book.
Well, I may have put that in there because some people can't get the other nuts.
Okay.
Yeah. But it's okay to use peanuts. It doesn't work quite as well.
You can find raw organic.
Yeah.
And then what about if I could get fresh almonds?
Still too hard.
But right off the tree.
I've never tested those because most people can't get them.
Because they're so soft.
Yeah, and then you won't be able to blend it into a powder properly, and they still contain the phytic acid.
Yeah.
What's wrong with hard nuts? Like hard nuts?
Don't digest them.
And what do you mix the powder with?
The egg, one of the creams, one of the fats, whether it's butter or cream or coconut cream, and a little honey. But it's in the recipe book.
We call it candy around here.
I know, it's so good.
It is. It's very nice.
Where did you slide that in on this recipe?
It should always be taken in the evening. Not always. What you can do is, I suggest some people do, is they like to have a Thai nutty meat dish. So for that day, all the fat that's in the nut mixture, if they divide that in half and have it with 2 meat meals or 3 meat meals, they just divide it between the meat meals all day long. But normally have it in the evening.
Did you say a Thai meat?
Thai, in Thailand, they like nuts with their meat dishes.
Oh,
So
I thought he was going to make me peanut sauce here for a minute.
No, when you make it, when they the Thailandese make or they just call them Thai. When the Thai make a nut, a nut paste, they'll have it with meat as a sauce for meat.
Yes. Can we eat that?
Yeah. Well, you can eat the one that I present in my book, but they cook it in the Thai restaurants.
What is it also that they put in there that makes it a little spicier, like Thai chili? Is that like chili?
Yeah. They have different spices that they put in. They like cumin, and I don't like cumin. Cumin's too sweet for me. Odd taste. Okay.
Is this diet rather self-regulating in terms of not overeating?
I like people, like I said in the book, I like people to eat until they're about ready to vomit. If they need to gain weight. I actually say in the book, eat until you start choking. Yeah. Well, like I say, most people will stay too thin if they eat as they're hungry on this diet. There's only a few people that cannot be satiated, and they gain weight like I like them to. So they eat enough. But most people do not eat. Pardon?
You don't look overweight.
Well, I just finished the weight loss cycle. So, 6 weeks ago, I was 25 pounds heavier, or 20 pounds heavier.
So can you talk about the weight loss cycle now?
Pardon?
Can you talk more about the weight loss?
Yes, but it was going to have to be brief because we need to start with the hand, the mini consults. Yeah, it's in the book.
It's just nice to hear.
Yeah.
And I'll definitely go back over it, but I know that John was eating different things than I saw in the book, and I was wondering.
That depends upon the individual, Like I said, that I put in the book was for your average person out there. But there are specifics that don't work. Like I have one girl from Canada. She's 6 foot tall. She cannot do the weight loss the way it's presented in the book. She can't do it. So I just have her eat all the foods normally, but just cut out 75% of the amount that she eats. So she's still eating the one food in the midday, and she's eating, her regular meals. And that seems to work for her. Takes maybe, 3 weeks longer for her to lose the weight, but that works. Yes?
Hey, can we talk about one more thing that's not in the book, and that's the eye washes with eggs. Like I got like a little cyst on my eyeballs, and would that help it at all, or using eye washing? Can you talk about like the procedure? The eggs have gotten like a couple weeks old. I'm starting to get worried about that again.
Well, I wouldn't use high eggs for the eyes. Eating is wonderful. I had one of my clients had eggs that were about 6 months old, and you could smell how raunchy they were through the shells. So I said, well, bring them over. So I ate about 4 of them right in front of her. And, I was as high as a kite. I was cracking jokes. They just taste like a liquid, hard-boiled egg with too much salt. That's what they taste like. It's like a hard-boiled egg with too much salt.
Well, how long does it take to get to that point with the eggs?
Oh, it depends upon the eggs. can take months or days, or weeks or months.
So to eat the high egg, that's just fine, and you'll get a high.
Right, but don't put them in your eye.
Yeah. And what about the eye?
You don't need that much bacteria in the eye.
And so just use the egg whites and just. For how
I
long?
take an eyedropper, and I'll drop 2 in each eye when I do it.
Just keep it in there for like 30 seconds or a minute.
No, I leave it in completely. I'll just take my eye and roll it around for about a minute in each eye, and then I just let it absorb. And I'll use a damp, wet cloth to take off any of my eyelashes because it'll dry and it'll look like I'm a flake. You know? And I am a flake, but I don't want to be that kind of a flake. Look like I have the mange or something. Dead cells flaking off out of my eyes.
Not good for business.
Not good representation for health if you look like some mangy guy. Okay, so as far as the weight loss, I like people to gain the weight because, as I'm sure all of you have heard, or most of you have heard, toxins go into the fats. If you don't have any fats in the body, guess where it stores? Intracellularly. And that's where you have the mutation, the degeneration, all the damage done to RNA and DNA. It's when those poisons enter the cell. Whether it's bone marrow, liver, brain, gallbladder, spleen, no matter where it is, it's going into the tissue with the highest amount of fat in it. So great amount of damage is done. Why they call fat and happy, because most people who are fat and happy are jollier than the average that aren't. Yeah. So you have lots of fat to protect you and bind with poisons. And I don't think that anybody should get thin for maybe 20 years. I still won't allow myself to get thin. I'll go down where I could probably take another 5 pounds, remove another 5 pounds, but I won't do it because I'm not going to take the chance on any toxin being eliminated from my body penetrates other cells because there's not enough fat available. 40 years, I'd be like the Maasai and the Samburu. Raised, they're all on all raw foods. They're skinny as can be, as bean poles. But they don't have any problems because they haven't been introduced to the toxicity. So they can be thin. They don't need all that fat because they don't have the pollution, the toxicity. But we are full of it. Yes, I've said you all are full of it. I'm only half full of it.
20-year start off.
Yes. Okay, now I'm going to have to start the mini consults now. Are there any questions before I move on? Yes.
I'm just curious what you think of, most mainstream scientists think that most diseases are correlated or have something to do with obesity, and how that relates to raw foods. Does that not really pertain to raw foods?
The scientists go back and forth with everything they can to get a name for themselves. It's all about getting a Nobel Prize, Peace Prize, or some kind of other award and grant. So they try to get published as much as possible about anything and everything they can. Whether it makes sense, whether it's true or not. They want the funding. And there's no basis that fat, we've had the, fat and happy and jolly for probably, about 600 years. And it's true, all the kings, if you weren't fat, you were considered diseased, susceptible to disease. Jewish mothers, Italian mothers, eat, because they knew that if you had any kind of disease or had a heavy detoxification, you didn't have enough fat. The likelihood of your dying was 50%.
Then why is there a high correlation between, and particularly like in Texas, when we talk about the Hispanic population and their diet and being overweight and the high incidence of adult onset diabetes?
Well, it's that they're eating lots of carbohydrates to get that. They're carbohydrate fats. They eat a lot of beans. And that's when you have to cook beans to that high level, there's a lot of acrylamides in it. And they usually fry them. And that creates 3 times, 4 times more acrylamides. And they eat rendered and processed pork fat. It's been heavily processed. So all the lipid peroxides along with that. It's not a healthy obesity.
So it's not just being overweight, it's what they're putting in.
Yeah. But still, I found that obesity is still better than being skinny, as far as health-wise. Because I can always reverse toxic damage that's done when it's stored in fat. But when it's damaged a cell, that cell's mutated. And it takes generations to re-educate them and redevelop them into something healthy again. So it's always a easier feat to have somebody who's overweight than somebody who isn't, to get them back to health. Also, I don't have to deal with the psychological, fluctuations that go on. The manic depressiveness in the skinny people. It's pretty bad. And in the overweight people, I may have, run into schizophrenia and bipolar activity. 3-5% of those obese that are obese. But in the people who are thin, it's right around 90%.
Oh, seriously?
Yep, seriously. Yeah. And they don't even know it. Like Arnold Air didn't know it. Hitler didn't know it.
Hitler wasn't skinny, but you call him skinny.
Well, he got on the thin side quite a few times, yep. Yeah, he'd get into a sugar addiction and start getting very skinny. He put it on and off. Oh, Cain and Abel was a vegetarian. He slew his brother. That's a myth that vegans are calmer and more peaceful. In fact, anybody in the Bible who was the king and did the most slaughtering were vegetarians. Yep. Yes.
How many palm readings will there be?
I don't know. How many?
Whoever's in the room.
Everybody in the room?
Well, we're coming.
These two are coming for personal consult, so they won't be here. Wes is coming for personal consult, right?
Linda is, and Vivian is, and Judy is.
Okay.
And Bernard already did.
Pardon?
Bernard already did.
I've already done 2.
They left.
Yeah.
You're not doing palm. Okay. 7. Is it just 7?
Good. Okay.
Does that include us?
We're coming back for real ones.
Full consult. You'll get your hand reading then. Yeah.
7 palms?
Full of stuff.
Or 7? I just have questions. 7.
So there won't be any more lectures at the end of the lecture, right?
Yeah, this is the end of the lecture.
Well, I just have questions. Okay. What's your time? Okay, you can tell me what. Thank
You have questions for
Yeah.
your mini consult? Is that what you wanted? Or?
you. Yeah, a lot of dog questions.
Pardon?
For my dog.
Oh, your dog.
Dog
Okay.
questions.
So we'll do your mini consult for your dog.
Or if you want, you can bring him.
Or it could be another time throughout the weekend. It doesn't have to be right now.
It's up to you.
Okay, because I think I might be.
Okay. All right. I'm going to get some milk and cream, and then we'll start right in.
Okay, let me
Closer.
roll up.
Okay. Okay. all of your glands look pretty debilitated. You've gone through a long period where everything was drying out in your system. It looked like you're doing better now. Well, it's just a long term of just not having enough fats.
Well, my name's Lori.
Lori. Extreme amount of dryness in the brain. More there than anywhere else. But everything's rather debilitated, all the glands. The ovarian area is the only thing that looks somewhat normal. Parathyroids are okay. No good fat on the left side of the spine. Nothing protecting you there, so that left side of the spine is very vulnerable. Lots of bile everywhere. That's from not eating enough fat. Your body uses bile, which is supposed to digest fat, in place of fat to bind with poison. So you have this bile yellowing all over your system, the jaundice. And that causes a caustic reaction in the tissues. Recommend that your juice be, looks like there's a lot of salt stored in your brain. Well, from your thymus in your chest all the way up to the brain. Lots of toxic salts. So I'm going to recommend 80% celery, 10% parsley, and 10% cucumber. Once in a while you're going to alternate with that with zucchini, but cucumber most of the time. Recommend that you have at least a pound of meat a day, and it should be about 60 to 70% red and 30 to 40% white meat. Pears, apples, raspberries, and strawberries are good for you. You have a great amount of creativity, and if you don't do something with it, you're never going to be happy. I think once you start eating enough fat, and I mean a lot of it, you're going to feel your life is blossoming again. But right now, it's like it's all downhill, and it's not. It's just the body being too dry for too long, especially the brain. It's all stressed. Mm-hmm. It's tired, It's had enough. Enough life without fat. I recommend at least 3 eggs a day and as many as 6. And I try to spread cream out throughout the day, try to eat 6 to 8 ounces a day, a little bit at a time. And I don't suggest that you drink much milk. It'd be better if you had eggs and cream together than milk and cream. Okay.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. Who's next?
Recorder here.
Okay. Good thinking.
My name is Gordon.
Okay, Gordon, both palms in my hand. You relax them in there. Good. Okay, lots of bile in your system too. You've been able to keep hydrated pretty well, and your fat level's been okay, but way too much bile. Looks like you have a problem with fat digestion, assimilating it. That's why you're using bile, more bile than normal to try to digest the fats. That just means that you have to retain more weight, to keep that bile diluted enough that it doesn't irritate your system and start melting your tissues, dissolving your tissues. Lots of metal in the brain and in the chest, in the small intestine, in the kidneys. The testes look fine, the adrenals look fine, a little debilitation in the left, a little edema, and a little irritation, but it's fine. Pancreas on the left side looks almost shot. On the right side it looks like it's functioning fine. Left thyroid looks like it's functioning fine. The right one does not. Left parathyroids look pretty good. The right one's good. The tonsil area, the left side is very, very scarred, and the right side looks fine. Looks like it's more lymph than tonsils, though. But I can't tell. The left side looks like the tonsil may have been deteriorated, but the right area looks fine. However, it has heavy scarring at the top of it, which is usually representative of somebody who's had their tonsils removed and their lymph glands function as a replaced tonsil. Poor circulation in the liver. Looks like there may be some osteoporosis in there, cirrhosis of the liver. And it's mostly the bottom of the liver. Recommend your juice be 60% celery, 15% parsley, 10% cucumber, about 7% tomato, and the rest zucchini, another 7.5% zucchini. Now, the reason for that tomato in that juice is because you need a lot of high vitamin A to help settle down this bile so it doesn't irritate you, make you fatigued or irritable and unhappy. Because this kind of configuration usually means a lot of depression. And if it isn't already upon you, it could come. So just the vitamin A will help. And you need some sunshine. You need a lot of sunshine. Vitamin D will help, remove the bile too. Everything will get a little bit more stable. Recommend that you have about 1.25 pounds meat a day and work up to about 1.5 pounds in about 2 years, 2.5 years. Dark berries are good for you. A little bit of unripe pineapple and papayas, unripe papayas. You need to lean a little bit more on butter than cream. Probably 2/3 butter and 1/3 cream. Normally, if somebody has a tendency toward depression, I'd recommend the cream more often, but that with a system like yours will make you too lethargic. So you need the butter more. But if you have the butter and cream together, it'll work even better for you.
I just had surgery on my left foot, and I'm recovering from that. I'm wondering if there's anything I can do to help out with that. Had a fusion done because one of my joints had become arthritic due to trauma.
Right. Hot water bottle is the best thing you can do. The pain formula once a day with a meat meal. That'll help it the quickest. And I would say that meat meal should be, what you could do is make the pain formula and half of it with chicken and another meal with the red meat. Or have it all with a chicken meal. That'll help that much quicker.
Okay.
The bones. All right.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I wonder if for newcomers you also have to remember to remind them to beef, chicken, raw.
You got it.
Oh, they know.
Oh God, I hope they know by now.
I think we heard enough.
You still on tape?
We are.
Okay, your name again?
This is Brian.
Brian.
I'm the one who sent you the email.
Pardon?
I said I'm the one who sent you the email.
Yes. Put your hand. My hand. Okay. Severe anemia.
Anemia.
Yeah. It isn't that your red blood cell count is down. The red blood cells do not look healthy. They're not transporting oxygen well. You have, great cellular health. The RNA and DNA looks pretty good. You just need some sunshine, and you need the right kind of fats. Butter would be a little bit better for you. So I would say 60% butter, 40% cream. It's your bone marrow that doesn't look as healthy as it should.
Oh, can you give this in like actual quantities? Since the percentages aren't, don't know how to translate that. Like when you say, like when you're talking about the juice and stuff.
Well, that depends on how much you drink. Some people, drink 12. Some people as big as you will drink 3 12 ounces of juice a day and want 8 ounces, and that depends upon you. So I give the ratio.
Okay.
If it's 10 ounces, then you're 60%. If I say 60%, it's going to be 16 ounces of the 10 ounces. So you just have to do your math. Okay. It shows that your lymph system is starting to congest. And that's because of the bone marrow damage. Lots of metals in the head and on the left side of the body. Left testy is starting to debilitate. The right's in good shape. The left adrenal gland is beginning to debilitate. The right's okay. It's a little dry. The pancreas on both sides is pretty debilitated, but it's functioning about 30%. Tonsil area looks very good. The parathyroids look very good. The thyroid is working okay on both sides. The thymus is working very well on both sides. So your glands seem to be properly functioning. You're just not feeding them well.
I'm like maybe 60 to 80% of the day. But I mean, I'm having like other toxins like tea and coffee and some grain. I mean, so like it sounds like
eat meat.
Okay. But I mean, it sounds like some of these glands have gotten better since last year. Is that what you're saying? Okay.
Definitely. If I gave them a worse report card last year, they're better this year.
Okay. You said everything was mush last year.
Well, then they're doing better.
Okay.
I recommend that you do berries in the afternoon to keep removing the metal.
Berries, okay.
Yeah, the metal seems to be mostly stored on the left side of the body. A little bit around the right ear and the midbrain, but most of it's on the left side. Vegetable juice I'm going to recommend would be 50 to 60% celery, 5 to 10% cilantro, 10 to 15% cucumber, and the rest, make it 5% carrot and the rest cucumber. The rest zucchini.
And did you say already what sort of meat balance you wanted?
No.
Okay.
That's just what I was looking at. It looks like you need right now, if you get out and get more sun, you won't need as much, but right now you need 80 red and 20 white. Papaya is especially good for you, and the berries.
Papaya and berries. Can you tell me, maybe give like a hierarchy of like what's the best fruit and the worst fruit? Because I'm still dealing with the sugar addiction, and I sometimes,
Because you're not eating the meat.
Okay.
You start the day off with those, and you're just going to crave sugar, and you're not going to eat your meat.
Okay.
So once you change that, you'll see it'll be very easy to change. That addiction will stop.
The sugar addiction?
Yeah.
What about like the candida and making that go away?
Well, the candida has to exist because that's what eats the sugar damage. So as long as you keep feeding it sugar and you keep damaging your cells, then you need more and more candida.
So
eat it.
So if I got like really disciplined, like 80, 90 to 100%, like how quickly could I hope for the candida to go away?
Well, it's not going to go away for years because your cells are damaged with carbohydrate byproducts. But the symptoms will be much mitigated.
Yeah.
People who have candida that do the diet anywhere from 95 to 100% have no symptoms. Maybe a little itching once in a while in one particular area, but that's it.
Okay.
No other symptoms. No fatigue that goes along with it. No irritability. No intense rashes.
Okay. Well, thanks a lot.
Okay, you're welcome.
Like I'm making some progress.
Yes, very good. Next. Oh, and I recommend, Brian, I also recommend that you have about 8 eggs a day.
Oh, okay.
Your name?
Oh,
Jerry. Jerry.
What about milk? Should I avoid milk or not?
I would avoid milk.
Avoid completely?
Yeah. Not completely, but if you're going to have it, just have it at night so you sleep better. Okay. This body's coming back to life. The ovaries, especially the right one, looks very stable. The left adrenal gland is stabilizing. It's still got some way to go. The right's pretty even now. Pancreas is still shot on both sides. Took me 30 years to change my pancreas, so I didn't think it was ever going to happen, but I changed it. So, still a lot of dryness from the clavicle up to the top of the brain. But the lower part of the body is hydrating very nicely, lubricating, moisturizing very nicely. Still a lot of bile in the system. So I'm going to recommend that you have about 10 to 15% carrot juice about every once a week, for a 3-day cycle.
Okay.
And then none for the next 4 days or 5 days or 6 days, however you do, your cycles of juicing.
Yeah, I get about 7 days.
Red to white meat should be about 70% red, 30% white. You go a little bit higher on the red, but right around there.
What's that for specifically?
That's the very proteins that you need.
More in the red.
More on the red side. You need to finish off the glands here. Once those get rebuilt in this area and here, then the body can take care of the brain a little bit more concentratedly. Then you can have more white than red. I mean, a higher ratio of white than red.
Okay.
But right now you still need more red. You have signs of anemia because of all the bile in the tissues. But everything is stabilizing fairly nicely.
And what eliminates the bile now? That's the
Carrot juice helps.
Juice.
Vitamin A helps neutralize and pull it out of the system.
Right.
The left thyroid is in very good shape. Parathyroid is in good shape. Tonsil area is not good at all on the left side nor on the right. The parathyroid on the right is not functioning very well, nor is the thyroid on the right.
Parathyroid or thyroid on the right is not?
Correct. I mean, the parathyroid is functioning a little bit, but the thyroid on the right is not functioning well at all. But you had this left one is overworking to make up for it, so it's a good balance. Still a lot of metal poisons in the body, so I'm going to recommend that you also concentrate on papayas and berries. Darker berries are better in the afternoon.
With cream?
With cream, coconut cream and cream would be best.
Okay. Even with the weight loss, you can still go with that?
Well, as long as it's small amounts.
Right. 2 ounces or so.
Yeah. If you find that you get more irritable from detoxing the metals during that time, then don't.
Okay.
But if you're just eating a small amount, it will probably only bind with those metals that are already on the way out from the weight loss. So it should be okay. Do you walk out in nature at all?
Yeah. And I could probably use more of it, but I like to walk.
Yeah, you need it.
Yeah.
Every other day minimum.
Okay. An hour or so?
About an hour and a half.
Really? That would probably do me good too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Help a lot.
Yeah. Where will that show up for me? The walking in nature?
Well, it's going to show up generally all over. Right now, there's something sucked out of your life that's missing, and that'll bring it back in.
Okay.
You don't know what's missing. Your body does.
You don't either.
Yeah, I know what's missing. It's the sunshine and the fresh oxygen in the air. That's what you're missing. Not a relationship, not anything else. You just need the relationship with the sunshine and the oxygen.
Yeah.
So if you walk, the oxygen level is highest about 5 o'clock in the morning. So if you ever get up and out at, anywhere during the night before that hour, even 2 hours after that by 7 o'clock, you'll get the most oxygen.
That sounds great.
Yeah.
That's excellent. Yeah, I've been feeling like wanting to get out that early, but it's been so damn rainy.
Yeah, take an umbrella.
That's true. And a big raincoat.
Yes. Yeah, wear a fur inside out.
That'd be fun.
That's what the Eskimos do. They
Do
stay
they?
toasty.
And then just
Their fur's always against their skin.
Right.
They never have reverse because it's like it's like a tropical environment inside with the fur's against the skin.
Right. That would be luscious.
And it also feels good. It stimulates all the pressure points, everything.
Yeah. I'm up for that.
There's a little bit of radioactivity around your heart and your esophagus, stomach, so I'm going to recommend twice a week having avocado and orange together in the afternoon. 2 days a week only.
Mix them together,
Yep.
avocado and orange.
Right.
Half avocado? Half or so?
Well, if it's a small one, a whole. If it's a large one, a half.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
You can fluctuate on your butter and cream. Equal amounts is probably fine.
With my meat?
Yes. Yeah. And at other times too.
With what?
Meats.
So would that be like half butter with, butter with one meat dish, and then the next one cream, or half butter and half cream?
Half butter and half cream will always be together. Together will always create a better balance for you.
Okay.
Because the nervous system and the musculature and the bones will all get fed at the same time.
Right.
So one's not waiting. And you have a high propensity toward balance.
Mm-hmm.
And you hate that seesaw. So it's better that you stay.
I hate that seesaw.
Seesaw.
Oh, the seesaw.
Yeah,
Okay.
the up and down, the back and forth.
Gotcha.
It's like you'll only be satisfied when there's a balance.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're seesawing, even though it spins life,
Mm-hmm.
it doesn't make you really satisfied.
Mm-hmm.
So if you eat a balance of everything, then, at the same time, the red and white together, the butter and cream together, you'll always find more balance.
Okay. That sounds great.
All right.
I'll try that.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I wish I could hug, but it just hurts too much to hug.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hi. It's in there somewhere. The page just got slow. Oops, sorry. Obstacle course.
Your name?
Doreen.
Doreen. Hi, Doreen.
Hi.
Again. Okay, good red blood cell count. Bile all over the place, though. All that dryness. Body used bile instead of fats. So everything's irritable. Irritated. The right ovary looks in great shape. The left one is about 50% debilitated. The right adrenal gland looks okay, but it's a little edemic. A little irritable. A little irritated. The left adrenal gland is starting to debilitate. The pancreas is edemic on both sides, but it's functioning. Thyroid on the left side is good, the right is not. Parathyroid on both sides are working okay. Looks like heavy scarring in the tonsils, but looks like you've replaced that area with more lymph glands. So it's okay. Some metal toxicity throughout the spinal cord, which is a nasty place to have it, and in the right kidney, the right pelvic area, I should say. Right kidney is full of metal too. Lots of metal in the ovary, right ovary and left ovary. Lots of swelling in the right kidney, better in the left. Lots of swelling and congestion around the heart. But that's all good nutrients trying to go in there and save you from drying out.
Around the heart? You mean around the heart?
Everywhere that you have the swelling.
Uh-huh.
You just need the fats in there instead of the fluids. But it looks like you've begun eating some raw fats, or fats that you can assimilate. Have you?
A tiny, yeah.
Because your body looks like it will react quickly once it has a lot, or even a little, because it's already reacting nicely. Good red blood cells.
I don't know if this is important to mention, but I quit smoking a little over 4 years ago.
Congratulations. That's a hard one. It was the hardest thing for me to do.
I did.
I look back and I don't know how I did it either. I loved it.
It's a miracle.
I'd still be doing it today if it were good for me, because I loved it.
Yeah.
I'm going to recommend that you have a vegetable juice made up of about 70% celery, 5% cilantro, 15% parsley, and the rest cucumber. You could alternate it with zucchini once in a while. Once in a while, I'm going to recommend that you have green cabbage juice, about 2 cups a week. So you have a cup one morning, a cup another morning, and make sure it's 3 days between them, minimum. It could be longer. And have about 2 teaspoons of cream with each 8 ounces of cabbage juice, green cabbage juice. And have that cabbage juice alone, not with the other juices.
Does it matter what time, what part of the day I have?
Morning, first thing. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I would say about every 5th time you could have it at night, but most of the time in the morning. You need quite a bit of honey because there's some coldness throughout the body, lack of enzymes. So put a little bit of honey with everything, or have a little bit of honey, like a teaspoon, every time you eat.
Okay.
Before would probably be better. Get your body ready for digestion. It looks like you have some fibroids in your small intestines. So some tumors that don't look to be, malignant. So olive oil every 4th meat meal. Say 3 ounces of olive oil with 2 tablespoons of cream and about 3 tablespoons of butter. Make a sauce with that. Tomatoes would be good to have in that. Tastes like some kind of Italian dish.
I like that Italian.
And you can put, basil, thyme, whatever you like, garlic, whatever you like to make it taste the way you like.
Okay.
Blend it.
Mix it, blend it, whatever she likes. You have, a huge creative being, so you need to be creative, or you're never going to be satisfied.
Yeah, that's true.
My psyche recommends. I would suggest that you sleep under the stars, 2 days a month, minimum.
For what? For what do you...
Just that particular oxygen at night will help you, and it will also put you in tune with some of your primitive self.
Okay.
Vitamin M.
Yes.
Got it.
You have a tendency to be a little too anal retentive, too little too mental. Yeah, and you'll find that'll fluctuate, that'll ease up, you'll relax more when you do sleep outdoors and get that caliber and concentration of oxygen at night. Where do you live?
In Grass Valley.
Okay, good. Then you're a good
I'm
place
in a good
to do
spot,
it. Yes,
yeah.
you are.
Yeah.
Perfect. If you can do it twice a week, that would be wonderful. Really wonderful. You need about 50% red to 50% white meat. So even amount, butter and cream even together. Even amounts. I recommend that you have at least 14 ounces of meat by weight. By volume, that's about 2 1/4 cups a day.
A day?
Yeah.
Okay.
And you can work up to more after that, but start off with that amount. And I recommend that you have at least 4 ounces of cream a day and 5 tablespoons of butter. That's minimum. Eggs, about 3 to 4 a day.
A day, okay.
Yeah. You can have more if you want.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah.
3 to 4.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Oh, are you writing his name?
Yeah.
Oh, is that it?
It's okay.
Oh, thanks.
She has a duplicate. Okay, just rest your hands in mine and your name.
Prema.
Prema. Nice name. Okay, lots of bile. Phenomenal amount of bile in your system. I don't know how you relax.
Okay.
There's barely any calmness here because of that bile. It just irritates every membrane in your body. You're going to need to get, another 10 pounds overweight just to get to the point where you can bind with it enough to where it's not, bothering your system. And I'd recommend for about 6 years being that overweight to absorb it. And you'll be a new person.
10 pounds more than what I have.
Yeah. I mean, that's minimum. You can go. I've had people that say, okay, screw it, I'm going to do it all right away. So they'll gain the girl, my ex-girlfriend went up to, she's about 5'5", and she went up to 170 pounds. The girl who's in Canada went up to 210 pounds. And they feel so wonderful. It's like, okay, they didn't need to be skinny to feel beautiful. Just the whole experience of being so calm in the body was all that they needed. And it took that much fat to do it. So they go up and down, but they stay close to the higher level than the lower level. And that's what I'm recommending for you. You see all that jaundice in your hand, all that orange color? That's how concentrated the...
Well, I also eat a lot of carrots.
Doesn't do it.
Okay.
Carrot doesn't create that yellow. Carrot juice pulls out the bile.
I just remember when I was in high school and I ate a lot of carrots and my hands were turning orange.
Well, you've been using bile for a long time in place of fats. So your body's full of bile, that's what I'm saying. It's full of bile. It isn't the carrot. Carrot juice helps pull it to the surface and remove it from the body. That's why I said for everybody in here had high bile, if they could afford to lose it, to have the carrot juice to help remove it. Some weren't ready for it, but you're really ready for it. So juice I would recommend is 60% celery, 15% carrot juice, 15% cucumber, and 10% parsley.
Can I add lemon?
You can put a little lemon if you want that. Yeah, but if you put the lemon and ginger in it, you also have to put cream in it.
Oh,
okay? Because those are heavy, detoxifiers. And if you put lemon or ginger in it, you're going to find yourself even more detoxing too much.
Okay.
And if you have the fat with it, you can handle that much detox. So put a tablespoon of cream per 8 ounces of juice if you use lemon and ginger.
Okay.
Lemon or ginger.
Put the cream in
just before you drink it.
At first,
Don't
when
do it
I
ahead
did the
of time.
juices, I was adding lemon, ginger, and garlic because I was having a cold. It was not good.
Garlic will throw you completely off.
Okay.
And you don't want to get rid of the cold when you're... Yeah, but that's a matter of getting enough fat into your body so your body can be better protected. I would say one moisturizing formula a day. Have it in the evening with your evening meat meal, so while you're sleeping it can get to the nerves.
Okay. I have chronic pain, nerve pain down both my legs. So I was doing the lubrication, making a pain formula, but with bee pollen, I don't want to take that. I'm real sensitive to B vitamins and bee pollen also, I think.
Just cut it down to one then.
1 tablespoon.
Yeah, and don't have it don't blend it in the whole mixture. Have it first before the meat meal. Eat the meat and then have the moisturizing formula after.
But still have it in the
That'll
evening?
help. You want it in the evening because the nerves go into detox and repair at night only.
Okay.
So if you don't put it in at night, you're not going to repair the nerves.
I'm just wary about bee pollen late in the day because I just have an incredibly sensitive. Gets thrown off really easily.
Well, if it doesn't work, then just cut out the bee pollen.
Okay.
So you're saying take the bee pollen with the meat?
You take the bee pollen right before she eats the meat. Or you take, let's say, 5 bites of meat and then have your bee pollen. That should stabilize the radical activity of the bee pollen. Okay. I recommend that you have at least a pound of meat a day. And as far as cream, at least 4 ounces a day, and butter at least 4 ounces a day.
Meat. I've been eating chicken lately because the pain remedy in the book said chicken.
Chicken is always better when you have a high acidic system like yours. Anybody who has neurological damage is too acidic, basically. All that bile makes you very over-acidic. It's going to take you 6 or 7 years if you gain enough weight to neutralize that, to get it under control. But like I say, with that much bile in your system, it's going to be almost impossible for you to even dream about relaxing. It's a constant irritant. It's constantly eating away at your tissues. And you need a tremendous amount of fat in there to block it, especially cream.
So, should all my meat be chicken?
No. You need at least 25% red meat. And always have your red meat with, an equal amount of white. That way you won't get too acidic with it.
Okay. I also been having for about 6 months or longer pain. I think it's connected with my menstrual cycle because it starts about a week before I start to bleed. Like a cramping in here. And I'm not sure if it's muscle or if it's digestive.
Have you tried the mushrooms, like I recommended in the first book, but not with the salad, just mushrooms with meat, maybe?
Actually, I haven't because they're so expensive.
Yeah. All it takes is 5. 5 mushrooms, 5 days a month.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, if you get, the big ones, 3. Yeah. 3, 5 days a month. Okay. Milk is very good for you, but it has to have at least the equal amount of cream to it. Or else you're going to pull out too much bile and be more irritable.
Can butter be in place of cream, or it should be?
It doesn't soothe the nerves. Cream is the only thing that really gets into the nerve tissue. Butter does not.
Oh, okay.
Unless you're an anemone, an anomaly. Anemone. Anomaly.
I am, but...
Yeah.
Okay. The other question I had, I know this is probably just generally bad for someone, but what the effect of smoking marijuana is on
Very
the system. Very bad.
There are 16 to 20 times more tars in marijuana than there is in regular cigarettes. So one joint's like a whole pack of cigarettes as far as tar goes. When you concentrate the tars in like that, guess what goes in to harness and dissolve it? Bile. So the best thing for you to do, since you can grow it around here, grow some and eat some.
Yeah, I've been told that eating it would be better for my system.
Yep. Yeah.
The person who told me was Chinese medicine. It gave me a certain way to prepare it, and I haven't figured out.
Just get some leaves and chew it.
Just chew it.
Just chew it. Keep it in your mouth because that's where the THC gets into your head. And those good oils that you'll be getting, the esters from the leaf will help you break down the toxic fats and bile in your body.
Wow.
It does just the opposite. Plus there's no down because there's no carbon monoxide in the tars to damage the blood and the nervous system. Usually you do it one day and it keeps you high for 3 days.
And how is it for pain?
It helps. Sometimes if you're not eating enough protein, it will cause more pain, make you more sensitive to pain.
That's what happens when I smoke, usually.
Yeah.
I feel the pain more.
Well, That's because you deprive the body of proteins. More proteins are needed to bind with the carbon monoxides and the tars.
Okay.
To help break them down, make solvents from it.
Okay.
Okay?
Yep. Thanks.
You're welcome. Is that it? Okay?
I have a question. You might want to put this on tape. I don't know. What I have a client that has like a ton of edema. She's an older client. She's on she has emphysema. She's on oxygen, and her legs are so swollen she can hardly walk. She's got sciatic pain all the way down her legs. I've been able to reduce the sciatic in the pelvis by like 85%, but the sciatic.
Like I said in the recipe book, eggs. Usually people like that cannot break down their proteins and fats properly, so they have all this swelling because they're not digesting and assimilating their fats properly. So proteins and fats will get into the blood without proper digestion, so it doesn't assimilate, so it causes all this water retention, edema. Eggs, easy to break down. Like the woman I talked about in the hospital that was on oxygen and was about ready to die, 33 eggs a day. 2 days she was off the oxygen and standing up and ready to make her own food. And that was after she was going to die that weekend. So her MD said.
How long did she live?
She's still alive.
Really?
That was probably 3 years ago.
She's off the oxygen.
Yeah, she hasn't been on the oxygen since.
So a ton of raw eggs.
Yeah.
And
You just leave it that until she recovers, maybe. Well, she can have some cream.
she's also smoking. Yeah, well, she
still smokes?
Yeah. Not a lot, but she's still smoking.
Well, there's nothing you can do. Just feed her lots of eggs and a little cream.
Right.
A little cream and honey.
Okay, not the
A
cream.
little carrot juice might be helpful. Maybe 2 ounces of carrot juice with 2 ounces of cream a day. Yes.
Questions. Why did you suggest so many eggs for me? 8 eggs, because it's like a struggle just to have like 1 or 2 a day.
Because that's what I perceived you needed.
You didn't say 16.
You don't like
That's
the
right.
eggs? You don't like the eggs?
It's a struggle. They make me
It's a lot
sick
of
to the
eggs.
stomach.
Eat some cream before.
Cream before and I won't get so sick to the stomach.
Yeah, because like I said, the eggs pull out a lot of chemicals into the stomach.
Yeah.
That what makes you nauseous is not the eggs, but the eggs draw to the stomach. So you have some cream with it, it'll attach to those poisons, and you won't find yourself so nauseous.
And is butter good enough? Because I tend to avoid creams because it's so expensive and hard to deal with.
No, it doesn't do the same. It would be okay, but it'd be probably a third better to absorb the toxins than butter.
So she mentioned smoking.
Mm-hmm.
And we've had just a rash of people asking, is there anything specific? Have you come up with any specific plan to help people quit smoking?
Yeah, chewing raw tobacco makes them repulsed to smoking very quickly, but it's hard to get, good raw green tobacco that hasn't been treated, because the tobacco industry loves to treat the cigarettes so you become more addicted to it. So, you can't chew a regular cigarette. And the snuff stuff and the chewing tobacco is also treated to cause addiction.
What do they treat that with? Is it just, I know they do saltpeter to,
Yeah.
like 300 chemicals in there.
Yeah, there's
There is
nothing.
that brand we've seen. We have some around here
American
used.
Spirit? Isn't that
That's
supposed
not
to be
raw.
natural?
It's not.
Cardinals
No.
wrong. Garden.
No, it's you have to know somebody in the South around, a field that doesn't treat theirs, and you rip
Can you
off a
grow in
couple
your
plants.
garden?
It takes a humid climate.
So you have to be in the
That's why the South does very well with it.
I have a question. Are you finished with the smoking thing?
Yeah.
For Prema, how many eggs?
I would say if you want to remove the bile quicker, you need to mix a little cream with it. So like 1 teaspoon of cream per egg. And if you had 5 eggs a day, that would be a good amount without causing too much stress.
Okay. I was doing like a milkshake with milk and egg and rum.
Milk is the wrong thing to mix with it.
No milk, just cream and egg.
Cream and eggs and a little honey, if you like, yeah.
And no fruit, no like banana or
Just
fruit.
remember, milk and nerve, if you have, herpes or any kind of a nerve damage, you do not want milk. It will cause an immediate detoxification of the nerves.
Okay. So I should switch to cream instead of milk.
Yep.
What if it's all flavored yogurt?
Still does the same thing. No way to get around it. If you were to make 50%, 50% cream, 50% milk, and clabber that, it would probably be okay.
Well, then would that modify the weight loss program that you suggest? A little milk at the end of the day to help you sleep?
No, that's still different, but you don't have it with anything else. You just have the milk alone. Okay. Milk alone doesn't cause that kind of a radical reaction at night.
That's like in the smoothies where the problem is.
Yes.
Then would you do like half milk, half cream?
At night? No, you don't need to put the cream with it at night. If you're just using it as a relaxant like during the weight loss period. But otherwise during the day, if you have neurological problems, you want to avoid milk.
What about me? Should I have milk or cream or?
Like I say, you need a balance. So if you're going to have half milk, half cream, half butter. If you're having a milkshake, it should be half milk, half cream.
Yeah.
Balance and everything with you.
And should I take heed to the idea you were telling her about the bile, to help eliminate the bile?
You don't have that amount of bile.
Okay.
You have bile in your system throughout, but she's got probably about 25 times more bile in her system than you do.
Okay.
Everybody I know that has that bad has herpes.
Oh, so it's herpes.
The bile has damaged the nerve cells.
Okay.
Yeah. It's infiltrated the nerves.
Because the nerve pain that I have, no one's been able to.
It's the bile in your nerves. I said there's no way to calm it unless you were to get, 30, 40 pounds overweight and drink almost nothing as your fat but cream. Because cream's the only thing that get into the nerves tissue and protect it.
So the more cream I can do, the better.
Like the girl I was telling you about, the one, was 5'5" and went up to 170 pounds. She ate, a pint of cream a day, to get there. And she had these big brown spots when the bile started coming out of her system. It went orange and then turned dark brown. They stayed for 6 months, but she dumped so much at that time, she has no trouble relaxing. That took 5 years for her to get there. Pardon?
And she's been able to lose the weight now and balance time and place.
Yeah, but if she loses the weight, she still gets irritable.
Because she's so toxic.
There's too much bile in there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, what about using the high meat? High chicken, maybe? Or high gallbladder? Or
anytime you dissolve a cell that's full of bile, it's so concentrated in toxicity that causing a more radical detox is not a comfortable way to do it. If you had a parasite, that would be fine. But I've not found any way to infuse or, spike parasites into the body. They just don't survive.
For Krema not to do high meat.
I wouldn't suggest it until she's on a good diet for about 2 years.
As far as relaxing, I feel like I'm normally pretty mellow, that's my base. But, yeah, I had some tests done. My cortisol levels are high, which indicates my body's, under stress all the time.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's the bile that's creating it, though. The body makes cortisol because it's high in fat and concentrated in proteins. So it can arrest your body can use that to arrest some of the bile in your system. If you have cream, you don't need all that. Cream's your best friend. Definitely. Yes.
I was curious what the deal is with raw coconut oil, because there's
It's a good sell item right now. You know, they've got a lot of scientific information, putting it up on a pedestal.
But is there such thing, like there's this one quality first company that supposedly is bought?
They won't, you know, they promised me, I've talked with them over the internet and, you know, an email and in person, and they still refuse. They give me this line, well, we can't give out our practices. And I said, all I want is a letter saying that you do not raise the oil at any time, that oil does not come into contact with the heat over 96 degrees Fahrenheit at any time, even in shipping. But at the time of shipping, you know, they can't control shipping, and that it doesn't go below about 48 degrees. That's all I need. That doesn't tell me anything about how you're doing it at any stage. Well, we won't give you that. I said, then you're lying to me.
Right.
Yeah.
The other thing I've been hearing about now is that through the Weston Price people, they're about to release butter oil again.
They've done it, and this this company has promised me that it was under a certain level. I said, then go and give it to me in writing. No, they take it up to 110 degrees.
Do they?
110 degrees. I said, well, that's just
Price did he?
No, Price didn't. They just want to make packages. See, what they do is they take the butter and they centrifugally spin it to be able to get the high quality oils out of it. So you don't have all the, you know, those fibers that are in the butter. So it separates that. So you have pure like a ghee without cooking. But because they store it at temperatures about 50 degrees, it solidifies, just like any butter does. So in the process, before they bottle it, they heat it to 110 degrees. So I said, okay, I need to know if you will make me a batch that won't go over 96 degrees. Cal temperature is normally 101. But once you separate the oils, I can't have it over 96 degrees. So they're supposed to get back to me. I've waited a week, and they haven't got back to me about it.
What would you do with it?
Well, I would use it as an aid for people with bone problems and, you know, with other, you know, severely deficient problems, you know, fat problems. It's an oil that assimilates quicker, has more of the X factor in it.
As an ingestible?
Yeah, like you have it in the lube moisturizing formula. Yeah, it'd be better fat for that. I mean, it'd probably work twice as fast. But it's expensive. You know, a little bottle like this is something like $10. You can buy a whole pound of butter for $10. But if you're ill and you need it, like somebody with asthma or emphysema, you know, anybody with heavy allergies, anybody with bone problems, bone cancer, it'd be very helpful. I would definitely use it as an expensive medication.
At least it's natural, and for $10, that's not anything close to what
Compared to what the pharmaceutical anything is out there. $400 for, you know, that amounts of drugs. It's a ripoff.
Are they that bad? Are they that expensive?
Oh, yes. Oh, God, yes.
The AIDS regime, they have most AIDS patients on is like $10,000 a month.
Oh, yes, and medication. Yeah.
They want to keep you sick.
Oh, let me tell you, for the 3 months that they treated me with cancer, with chemotherapy, it was $80,000. Do you know what bill I never paid?
$80,000.
That's right. That hospital wrote it off, and that doctor wrote it off. I said, you put me in front of a jury and see how much you're awarded. So they dropped it. I mean, I said that in one conversation, once with the insurance company and once with the hospital, and that was it. Never heard from the doctor again, no dunning notes, nothing. That was it.
Wait, what did you say to him? You said to get them off your back?
I said, put me in front of a jury and see how much you're awarded.
If they were to sue you?
If they were to sue me, yeah, and put me in court, you know. A jury would, you know, probably award me money. Because what they put... No, because of the poisoning that chemotherapy does.
But don't they have you sign something, Aajonus, when you go into the hospital that says that you released every choice?
Yeah, but that only works if somebody will only have been to the intimidation.
Right.
But when you're in front of a jury, whatever you make them believe is what they will believe.
That's true.
That's right, and they don't give a shit about a contract.
Right.
Maybe a judge who can throw it out, but still, see, the jury, yeah, they put me into a court because the court, I signed that release. All I have to do is explain what the doctor told me. And then, the contract is really void, null and void. So, there's no way they want to get somebody like me in front of a jury. So they took the $80,000 and stuffed it. $80,000, 3 months. It's absurd. Yeah. Okay?
Guess we're done.
One more question. Just a couple days ago, this little rash showed up.
Rosacea.
Would that be?
It's part of the yeast also breaking down the toxicity in the tissues. Like I said, cream is your savior.
Okay.
I would bow to it. I would praise it. Yes.
Would it also help to use the skin formula? Another way to get that cream into the body, through the skin?
Well, if you put it on the skin, but not eating it.
No, not eating it.
Yeah. It would help. It would help draw it out and protect your skin as it's coming out. Be less damage.
Because I never had skin stuff before.
Good you're having it. That means you're getting rid of the poisons. And those are pretty dangerous poisons when they cause sores that big.
Would the chicken be helping to move it through?
Yeah, well, it'll help to replace the cells, mainly white cells that are damaged by bile, not red blood cells. Mostly white cells, so the white meats are better.
I mean, the herpes is actually the smaller of my problems,
Yeah.
I mean, having the nerve pain is huge.
Yeah, but that nerve pain is the same reason that you have herpes. The bile-destroying nerve cells.
And what's the bile from? Why would she?
The bile, just like everybody. If people aren't eating the proper fats, and not getting enough fats, the body uses what is supposed to digest fats, which is bile, in place of fats to bind with toxins. So you have a really caustic substance all throughout the body. You have a substance that's used to normally digest fat, break it down, reduce it to its smallest molecule.
Right.
So it can be dispersed and utilized properly in throughout your tissues, inside cells, inside nerve tissue, and it just eats away at it. It's like irritant.
Is the bile going looking for the fat it can't find? Is that?
Oh yes, it'll look for the fat it can't find, but the body starts using bile to bind with poisons.
As the fat, because it normally.
The fat usually binds with it and keeps it from doing damage. But when the bile gets with it, it helps dissolve it. That doesn't mean it neutralizes it. It makes it more caustic, so that even more damage can be done. But at least it's at a smaller molecule, but then it does more damage. The body's doing the best it can. In a system like hers, it's beat its brains out. The nervous system.
She's starting to eat more raw fats. Is that bringing stuff to the surface?
She has to. It has to come out. Yeah. That's why she's so yellow. And no kidney damage. She's yellow not because the kidney isn't working. She's yellow because all the bile is stored throughout the system. See, when people have kidney damage, bile starts getting thrown out in the system because the blood's not being purified properly by the kidneys, so the bile starts going in to break down all these toxic substances. That's why people get jaundiced. So they keep bloating and bloating from it.
In Chinese medicine, I've been told kidney is my issue, actually.
You don't have you've got a little bit of kidney damage in the left kidney, but your kidneys are okay. You've got some severe liver damage. And that's why you're not digesting the fats. You hadn't been digesting the fats that you were eating. Eat the raw fats, and I don't think you have a problem, especially the cream. You might have lots of cases of diarrhea, hopefully lots more of vomiting to get it out quicker. Okay?
Is there anything else she could mix with the cream to help her vomit it out? Or just the cream will take
If you want to vomit, eat eggs. While your stomach is dumping the poisons. It's like, 50 years ago you ate poison. They said eat a raw egg, draw the poison, keep them in the stomach, and you vomit, induce vomiting after you eat the raw egg, and that's because it really worked.
Oh, and how should I eat these 8 raw eggs? Like 2, maybe 4 times a day, or 8 all at once? Do you think?
No, you don't do 8 at once.
Is that really well?
Probably 2 at a time.
2 at a time, yeah.
Spread it out. If you get thirsty, have some eggs.
How much damage does it do to the eggs if they're refrigerated?
Pretty much.
So they need to be not refrigerated.
Yeah, because of the bacteria helps break them down. If you don't have the bacteria break them down, you're going to get undigested proteins in your blood, and you're going to become more toxic. You're going to get more bile thrown into the system. Be on the same treadmill.
What some people are doing is they find out the day they're delivered to the store. So at least they minimize how
But
long
then they keep it out of the refrigerator
Right.
after that. Yeah.
Yeah, never put them in the fridge. But at least they're not being sitting in the store for a week.
Right, yeah.
In the fridge.
Does it matter if you want to have a loop formula, but you just eat the ingredients not blended?
Well, it doesn't do the same. It doesn't work quite as well. It doesn't help lubricate the system faster. It doesn't help reduce pain faster. It works eventually, but not as rapidly and as well.
Like right now, I don't have a source for I'm working on it, but trying to get more eggs that are not refrigerated. So is it better to go without them or to eat refrigerated ones if you can?
Well, like I say, find out what day they get them. And then, because this law of California and almost all the states, the eggs don't get refrigerated until they get them put on the truck for delivery. That means that they're only refrigerated in the truck. It takes about 5 hours to chill them. When they're delivered, they have to be at a certain temperature, which is like, 46 degrees, 45 degrees. They haven't been there long. They haven't been cold long, 5-8 hours. No great damage is done in that time. Leave them out 24 hours and they're very active again.
Sometimes when they first are laid by the chickens, it's that cold in the hen house.
Yeah.
Well, they usually sit on them unless they know that they're not going to hatch them. They keep going back. They don't let them drop below about, 68, 63 degrees. They'll go run out and eat and peck and then get back in and keep the egg warm. And they know how long it takes for that egg to cool at any time. Chickens are incredibly intuitive.
Would cream be good? I tend to go for the pain formula when I'm feeling bad pain, but would cream be a good thing to go for also if I'm in pain?
Absolutely, for your system, yeah.
Okay.
Because most of your pain is from a nerve irritant, not from swelling because, there's damage there or a spot where there's a localized injury. Yours is contamination of the nervous system. And the cream does very, very well for that.
So I could, if I didn't want to do the pain formula one time, I could go drink some cream instead.
Cream, yeah. Okay. You might eat an egg with the cream. Make sure you get enough protein to digest the fat properly, the cream properly. Okay?
Yeah.
All right, folks. We did another one.
Yes, It's still light out.
Yes?
We've done this till...
Yeah, but we usually come at a time of the year where it's not as late. The light is not as late.